Hello, 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 hello. It is Tuesday. Of course, the week started again. Yesterday was the first stream. Today's the next one. Tuesday. Hope you've enjoyed your Tuesday so far. Maybe it's just early in the morning. Maybe it's, already quite late. For me, it's quite late. But we still have some time to do some modeling. Some hair creation time, I would call it. So, yeah. Let's go to the summary real quick, and then we can immediately start with, I guess, the substance of the stream. Hello, 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 hello. So, as you can see, we have the two topics today. Of course, the title is the second topic, which is the modeling a realistic hairstyle, where we started yesterday. Today is part 2. Yesterday we started creating the volume of the hair. Today we're gonna give it some actual structure. I'm kind of welcome back, MK. Hope you had a great day so far. I'm kind of interested how long it's gonna take to finish this part of the hair part. Just because I think adding volume is easier than creating the structure of the hair. But with this new interpolation method, maybe we can, shave off some time, make it easier. We'll see. And then we also have to figure out how we can create the braids. I have some ideas, but yeah, we'll see. So yeah, of course, if you want to see one of those and you're not live, then you can go in the description or in the timeline. There should be some timestamps. So if you want to only see the second topic or the first one, you should find that in the description or in the timeline. So without further ado, let's go to the first topic of today, which will be a quick 30-minute quick sketch, which will actually take roughly probably like 50 minutes. Just because after, of course, sculpting it, I'm going to do rendering, post-processing, and posting of the image as well. So after that, we're going to go into the actual topic of today, which is, of course, modeling a realistic hairstyle. Or continuing to modeling a realistic hairstyle. So everything's ready for me on my side. I have my reference. Let me go to Blender. There you go. I have my reference. Let's go to sculpting. There you go. Deactivate that. Dynamic topology. Set that to constant detail, of course. 20. And then symmetry. There you go. Okay. I of course have some references as well on the side that you can't see. I don't think it's that necessary to see them, for you to see them in the quick sketch. But I have some reference for a bonobo, an ape today. I wanted to do something, I guess, more closely related to a human today, so I decided to do a monkey. I'm just going through all the animals in the animal kingdom right now, and now we are at the monkeys. Yesterday we've done an octopus, so today we're gonna go a little bit. We're gonna do something a little bit different, not as soft, not as watery. Okay, I would say everything's ready. I can start the timer and then we can go. So, yeah, perfect. 3, 2, 1, go. Where's my? There you go. Reference. There you go. Okay. So let's go. First of all, of course, we need the head shape. Head shape for monkeys is quite similar to humans. So I guess the beginning of the sculpt, at least, will be very, very similar to just, I guess, creating a human. Creating a, chin first. Although their mouth actually further in the front than the ones from, I guess, yeah, from humans. So we can actually pull this a little bit further. Like this, and then we also have to pull the head back just a little bit. Seems like they have a, I guess, flatter head, you could call it. It's more pulled forward. There you go. Maybe we could even pull it up just a little bit, like this. There you go. Okay, we can make it wider. Of course, the mouth isn't like a bird mouth. There you go. And then let's start with, I guess, the bones, the usual, workflow that I have for humans as well, creating a general skull shape first and then going more into detail. There you go. Scoop, smoothing it. We have the cheekbone already. Let's put in some eye sockets first, of course. We don't really have anything to base the eyes or anything else off of just yet. That's why I like to put in eye sockets first. So let's do that now. Probably over here somewhere. I'm gonna pull this out more. There you go. They seem to have very prominent eyebrows. There you go. And then we can put in some... Oh, that's quite wide. I think we need to put them closer. Like over here. There you go. I also want to increase the strength on all my tools, or the crease tool and the clay strip tool, just because it's can be quite hard to, you know, do these quick modeling, I guess, sessions without, you know, with these very, very weak, I guess, tools, you could call them. There you go. Then we also have the nose, which is a little bit deeper, and of course underneath the eyes. I'm gonna increase the size of the forehead a little bit. They seem to have a quite a flat head, actually. The cheekbone isn't that visible for them. There you go. And then we have the chin as well, which actually ends... It is actually pointing, or you know, the angle for the... What is it called? You know, the jaw angle at the bottom here. For some humans, at least, it's quite straight down. For some, it's like facing forward. I've seen that at least for, I think, female, you know, characters, or, you know, for female, I guess, for women or whatever. I think it's more common that is kind of, you know, facing forward, or sloping, I guess, down, forward, whatever. Which seems to be the case for these bonobos as well. Let's put in the nose. Nose, of course, being a little bit deeper than the eyes. There you go. Nice little nose. Give it some more volume. There you go. Already looks more like a monkey. There you go. Okay. Oh, welcome back, Jordan. Hope you've been sleeping well today. Hope you had no nightmares. I had some, you know, a few months back or so, I actually had, you know, some nightmares, but or, you know, some weird dreams, I would call it, rather. But that kind of seemed to have faded away. I guess you could say that. So, which is quite good. We're doing the quick sketch right now, and then afterwards we're gonna go back into the hair modeling. I think I need to pull this. First of all, I have a side view as well. There you go. So the mouth is definitely too far down and too far forward. There you go. That's better. Now let's bring in some lips. There you go. Over here maybe. There you go. They are quite thin. Not just, you know, some humans have quite thick lips. It seems like chimpanzees have quite thin lips overall. They also don't seem to go that far back, just like humans, but they're bigger usually than you know, human lips. There you go. Give it some more thickness here. There you go. Do the same at the bottom for the bottom lip. There you go. They also have a chin, it seems like, but this one's a little bit, at least the one that I see here, has a quite weak chin. He's not a monkey Chad. There you go. Okay, I think his mouth is a little bit too wide, so I'm gonna pull it, make it smaller. There you go. Okay. I think we need to pull it down a little bit, like this. Also pull it forward. There you go, that's better. Okay. Perfect. Oh, I think we also need to pull back the lower jaw. It's too far forward, so the easiest way to do that would be to just grab it. Actually, no, we actually don't need to necessarily. I'm gonna keep it there. We can probably change it later if we want to. There you go. So let's see. Okay. There you go. So it already looks kind of like a monkey, of course. But I think there's still a lot we can, you know, improve. First of all, he needs some ears. He doesn't have any right now. So I'm gonna, I guess, increase the or bring in his actual jaw right here in the back as well. It was just merged into the head, which didn't really look that well, of course. There you go. Okay. I'm going to smooth this as well. We also need some more muscles in here, so I'm going to bring those in. It's actually quite fun to, you know, usually when I do these more, I guess, realistic sculpts for characters, I always try to, of course, set up my base head and, you know, general anatomy as realistic as possible, so I kind of think about it more before I really, you know, put all the shapes in. But with these quick sketches, you can actually be quite lenient, just do whatever you want, or you know, sort of do whatever you want, not really, you know, anything, but you can just, I guess, sketch a little bit, and it doesn't really hurt that much that it's, you know, a little bit, it looks less realistic, I guess, because you don't really go for like full realism necessarily, so you can just kind of do whatever you want. Okay. He has a forehead as well, and that's what I mean with his head is kind of, you know, pulled back by just his forehead going like back instead of up, like for us, for example. There you go. Perfect. Oh, this is actually too high up, so we need to smooth it out some more. There you go. We have 20 minutes left. Perfect. We need some more geometry here as well. I think I'm gonna give him a neck as well, just because we have so much more time, and I think he already looks quite good. Of course, we need to bring in some eyelids and eyes and all that as well, but I think we are we're pretty far already. There you go. Okay, let's bring in some ears now. Ears, of course, look pretty similar to human ears. They just seem to be a little bit bigger, and they also seem to be placed a little bit higher. At least just a little bit higher, like over here. There you go, pull it higher, like over there. I need some more room to pull it out of. There you go. They also seem to be quite close to the head. Yeah, it's gonna be a bonobo monkey. So you're right in that assumption. Okay, let's pull out some ears. Otherwise, it's not gonna look like a monkey, really. Some big ears here. There you go. Keep it pretty close to the head. There you go. I'm gonna go back in here and remove some of that mask so it's easy to work in here. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna give it some more volume, otherwise it just, you know, looks kind of flat. That's why we need some here. There you go. I'm gonna put some in here as well. No, I actually need to remove some of it over here. I'm gonna increase the tool strength. There you go. Okay, there you go. The ear structure is sort of similar, just a little bit, I guess, distorted, you could say. Oh, hold on. I think we pulled too far through. Did we? I think so. Hold on. I need to merge these two pieces together. There you go. Okay. Let's go back in here. We need some more volume over here, so I'm just going to add more. There you go. I mean, you know, if we have some more time, we could probably go into more, you know, we can add more detail by just increasing the resolution if we want to. I think that would be another option, instead of just, you know, goofing around and trying to make this, I don't know. Just, yeah, I guess goofing around. Okay. I actually want to rotate this forward a little bit, so I'm going to do it like this. There you go. They also seem to be pretty far out, so I'm going to pull them more in. Like this. There you go. That's better. Okay. So let's give him a neck. Otherwise, you know, just like a flying head, which looks kind of weird. So I'm going to go in here and create a mask real quick, so I can pull out a nice neck. Maybe even some shoulders. I don't really know if I want to do that. If I want to go that far into it. Otherwise, you know, the more I add, the longer it'll take to finish the whole thing. Okay. Invert. Grab the neck part, the mask. Pull it down like this, not too far, like this. That's pretty good. We also want to pull it to the side just a little bit, so we have some actual, like an actual neck here. There you go. Okay. Oh. I think that's pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna remove the mask so I can smooth it first, and then I can do some adjustments in front here. So definitely we need some more, you know, geometry in the front. He doesn't really have a neck right now, so let's add that now. First of all, what he has is these muscles coming from his ears that are used for head rotation. I'm gonna pull these forward a little bit because the torso looks kind of flat right now. There you go. Oh, welcome back, the Rambler show. The Rambler. I'm just gonna call you the Rambler. Wait. Yeah. Hold on. Come on, load. Okay. We are doing a quick sketch right now, just to warm up, you know, just kind of start the stream off chill, or, you know, kind of chill, because I have a timer under me that kind of, you know, makes my life a little bit harder, but that's just, you know, the challenge basically. Then afterwards we're gonna go back into hair modeling. Today the sculpt, or the subject is a model, what? a bonobo ape, as you can see, hopefully. I decided to include shoulders as well on this one. We probably need to pull these a little bit lower. There you go. Actually, no, we need to pull them higher. Probably like this. There you go. I want to pull this forward a little bit. There you go. Okay, I want to focus on the head more rather than the rest, especially the eyes. We need some eyes now. I'm just gonna grab some good old UV spheres. I think that's the easiest one to add. It's always funny if you go back and want to add ears. Every time you add a sphere, it looks like they have like a helmet on right when you add it. Okay, I'm gonna rotate it 90 degrees. There you go. Make it smooth, and then use a mirror modifier. Say mirror object this sculpt, so we can just put the eyes in, and it is perfectly mirrored. There you go. Put the eyes in, probably a little bit closer though. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna pull them forward a little bit more. They look kind of far back. There you go. And then we can go back into sculpting and give him some eyelids. He looks kind of surprised or excited right now, or scared. He needs some eyelids. I'm gonna put it to 50 resolution, so it's easier to sculpt those in. Oh, there you go. Let's give him some eyelids now. Actually, what I want to do is I want to do the same that I do for humans. Just, you know, sculpt over the eyes and then grab my crease brush to remove the part that is supposed to be open. There you go. Yeah, look at that. Now he looks happy. He's happy that he can finally see. There you go. Perfect. Okay, now we can do some more detail work here. First of all, he needs some actual eyebrows, so I'm gonna give him some eyebrows. There you go. As I said before, the eyebrows are kind of deep, or the eye sockets are kind of deep in the head itself, and the face itself looks kind of flat. So let's, you know, bring that into the sculpt as well. There you go. Pull it down. We have some more over here. You know, that's the good part about using the clay strip tool. You can just, you know, put in some nice lines here, and you immediately have some nice wrinkles in there as well. It's you know, if it fits, then you don't even have to smooth out the brush, and it just, you know, looks perfectly appropriate, I guess. You know, especially when you have like wrinkly surface, sometimes you don't even have to necessarily smooth out the surface to get some nice you know, structure going. I think back here we need to smooth it out a little bit. There you go. See, now we immediately have some more detail by just not smoothing it. Let's do the same over here. There you go. We definitely need to add more geometry to the nose first. There you go. Maybe even remove some so it's closer to the eye here on the inside. Getting closer to human proportions. There you go. Perfect. The outer part, I can't really see. Oh yeah, I can. Hold on. This one needs to be bigger. They actually have the same fat pad that humans have as well, that kind of covers their eyelid, the top eyelid, right here. It's not that prominent though. They all, in general, look kind of more dry, I guess you could say. They're more wrinkly, not as smooth as humans. We have 12 minutes left. Oh, nice. We can add actually some great detail here. Let me go in here and work on these nostrils. Oh, actually, you know, of course, for every quick sketch there needs to be a name. So if you have suggestions for what we could call this this piece, you can type it in. It can be anything. It doesn't really have to, you know, be like monkey or whatever. It can literally be anything. Yesterday we sculpted an octopus, and the name was Loose. What was it? Loose Brain. I'm working as a graphic designer or media designer, I guess you could. You know, it's more the German term, I guess. Yeah, and then that's my real job. Sometimes I you know, can sneak in some 3D work, add work as well, but usually I don't really do that much, or I don't really do any 3D, you know, project at work. So the only time I can do this is basically on stream or, you know, off stream, somewhere in my free time, basically. Yeah, I'm German. There you go. The lips need to be thinner. So I'm gonna just smooth it out. There you go. I wanna change the eyelids a little bit. They look kind of weird. Like, they look too open. So I'm gonna... Hold on. Where's the... First of all, the eyelids look kind of thin, so I'm gonna increase their size. There you go. I need to bring this back in. There you go. Okay. That's definitely better now. I think we need some more volume over here. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Okay, let's work on the lips some more. I don't want to disregard the other parts of the face just because I want to make the eyes perfect. Just slightly tapping with my increased resolution, you know, makes everything more high res. And then I can do some detail work later. There you go. The lips need to be, oh, nice. You're also from Germany. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, let me make this smaller. There you go. Okay. Of course, he's not gonna have, you know, actual eyeballs, but at least, you know, maybe we can kind of make it look like he has. Or she, who knows? Nobody knows. We have 8 minutes left. Okay. I don't want to play around too much. Oh, welcome back, Ronak. I don't know what you said there, but yes. I agree. True. Okay, we're doing the quick sketch as usual. We have not decided on a name yet, what we could name this piece. So if you have a name suggestion, feel free to write it down or post it, comment it. There you go. You need some more wrinkles, hold on. I'm gonna scrape some in, I guess, with my good old... Oh, okay. I'm good. Hope you're good as well. Hope everything's going well. Today was, you know, the last few weeks were quite uneventful in terms of work. There wasn't really that much for me to do. So now I have some, you know, some more work that I can do. Or, you know, I got some more work, so just a little bit more interesting at work. Oh, nice. Okay, interesting. Wait, didn't you say you work at a what was it? Like a not arcade, but you know, like a games store or whatever, or not game store. I don't know what you would call this. Like a games shop. Ah, okay. Is that like your side job, or how does that work? Or am I, no, misremembering something? Okay, those wrinkles look horrible, but you know, the show must go on. I can't really fix them right now. Just trying to kind of, I guess, utilize them in a way where they actually look good. Oh, okay. First playing soccer, then recruiting for Valorant. Seems to be like you're a competitive player through and through, or person. Can you tell, or can you say which team you're recruiting for? I can probably look it up if I wanted to, but you know. There you go. Of course, only if that's your real name. There you go. We're almost there. We have 5 minutes left. Okay. Sometimes I look back to the, you know, the timer, and it's like 2 minutes, or you know, it's been like 10 minutes, and sometimes I look back to it kind of scared, and then it's, you know, I still have like, I've just lost like 3 minutes. Similar to when you go to bed and you wake up early for some reason, and then you look at the clock and you see, oh well, I still have some, you know, like an hour or so to sleep, and you just sleep, you know, just go to bed again. It's just so satisfying. I'm usually a very deep sleeper, but you know. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Do you already... I guess you have a full team already? There you go. Have you competed before? If it's in a new agency, I don't know. You know, just asking. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I think that can work maybe sometimes if you look with one eye and then in the other direction maybe. I don't know. I think it's good enough for this quick sketch. No, I mean, you know, you could just put in like a nickname for your YouTube account, and then I wouldn't be able to find your real, you know. I guess, you know, if I wanted to find out like who you're recruiting for, I could just, you know, type in your name and then like the something esports into Google, and I would probably find it. Oh, okay. The casters actually check. Oh, that's interesting. Is there like an actual like Indian league, or is it more you know, like a full-blown international? Like, is it fully international, or are they actually like local tournaments as well? No, I actually didn't search your Instagram account. I saw that you followed me, so I saw it. There you go, just some more detail here. Not too much. The lip looks kind of weird. I'm gonna give it just a little bit more detail. There you go. Make it just a little bit thinner. Oh, but I want to change the angle. Wait, there you go. Okay. Okay. Did you, I guess, did you get hired as a recruiter, or are you, you know, one of the founders? Oh, nice. Sounds exciting. Here, I need some more fur here. Let's add some fur now. We have some, you know, 1 minute left. Let's add some fur. Give him a nice receding hairline here. Do you already have like a sponsor in mind? Have you already asked? Or are you in talks with some people? Oh, nice. Is that your first hiring job, or have you been hiring before? Or maybe they chose you because you have some experience playing football, maybe professionally because of that. There you go. Just some very, very rough hair. Of course, we don't have that much time, so it's gonna be very, very rough. We don't have to. We can, you know, can't be too big. I mean, too small with those brushes. So we, you know, stay quite. We can't be too small, so we stay quite big. Welcome back, Matthew. Hope you. Hope you've slept well as well. Hope you had a great night. That sounds weird. Let's stay with day. Let's stick with day. 6 minutes, 6 seconds left. Hold on. We're gonna go back to hair modeling in just probably like 20 minutes, of course. Okay, time's over. I think that's okay. Of course, we can still do some, you know, detail work and all that. But I think as a quick sketch, this looks quite okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Hold on, where am I? I'm in the wrong folder. Today's quick sketch, day 142. Yeah, but I guess you have some, you know, I guess knowledge when it comes to looking for good people, because you know, good players, because you know, played competitively before and you kind of know what kind of mindset they need or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you play Valorant as well, I guess. Otherwise you couldn't really, I guess, gauge whether or not somebody's good. Quick sketch day 142. There you go. Let's do the rendering now. Let's speedrun this. I want to get as much time as possible to work on the hair. I need to append my lighting scene so I don't have to do it again. Let's remove the timer. Just gets... oh, hold on. Where's my... There you go. Okay, what do I need? I need my other... There you go, 131 is it, right? I can't see, hold on. There you go. Nope, that's the wrong one. 126. There you go. Oh, nice. Do you do you play Valorant, like, I guess on a high level as well? Or you know, I don't even know if that's you know something they look for. I guess especially if you do recruiting, then you kind of, you know, are required to know what what people need to, you know, what good people are. You know, kind of knowing that it requires you to be able to be good at the game as well. I'm not that deep into Valorant, so I can't really, you know, talk that much about it. I've played it a few times, just when it came out, but you know, I'm not that good at it. I tried to get good, you know, I tried to do some aim training at some point. Didn't really end that well, or it actually I went pretty good, but it was just, you know, I decided to spend my time on other stuff, so yeah, I quit. But I always played what is he called, the Vision dude. My favorite video game is right now, what I like to do, what I like to play, or what I, you know, my, I guess, constant game that I like to play that doesn't really shift or changes is probably Destiny 2. And then right now I also play Monster Hunter World. I just started a new, you know, playthrough because I've never really played the DLC despite having it for so long now. So I decided to start over and try to, you know, play through the game now, because I kind of got excited seeing some Monster Hunter videos, so I decided to get back into it. It's kind of annoying always having to restart, but then at the same time I actually have my old save still, but I actually decided to restart just because I kind of like it to start like from the complete bottom rather than immediately starting from, I don't know, the mid game or whatever. I also decided to play a female character on this run, I guess, on this account, or, you know, save file. Usually female characters don't really have cool armor in Monster Hunter, but I don't know, I just wanted to do it because, you know, just change it up. There you go. What's your favorite video game? Do you have one? Maybe I've played it before. Wait, we need one more thing. We need the shader. Yeah. Yeah, that you know, that's kind of expected, I guess, you know. Being good at the game so you can see, or, you know, you can estimate whether or not somebody's good. So how do you are you someone that, I guess, that, you know, researches players, or are there other people that suggest players to you, and then you know, look at their gameplay or whatever, or you ask them if they can give you some gameplay to kind of, you know, see if they're good or if they're fitting? Oh, there you go. Oh, that's a dark monkey. I mean, it probably fits quite well, but we probably rather need what I want to do is grab this, so we have some nice creases in the sculpt. Perfect. I think that's pretty good. Oh, no favorite video game. I mean... So you play everything. Variety gamer. There you go. Just highlight some wrinkles a little bit better. I also want to move this probably a little bit over here. That's better. I like that more. Do we need one in the back as well? I don't think so. I think that's pretty good. We can maybe even go closer. I also want to make the eyes darker. CSGO, oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're good at CSGO, you're probably also good at Valorant. At least my friends were. So, you know. They've been playing CSGO for, you know, years. And they immediately, you know, destroyed everything in Valorant as well. Because it's, you know, pretty similar. I would probably also say that I like CSGO more than Valorant, just because I don't really like the ability play. It sometimes feels like you're just being outplayed because you have the wrong character, which isn't really the case in CSGO. You know, CSGO is all about, you know, strategy and skill rather than luck, I guess. Find your targets. Oh, so stuff like what is it called? I can't remember. The I can't remember what the site was to create some CS:GO, you know, custom games. I can't remember what the name was, but stuff like that probably. Okay, well that looks weird. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. War games. Stuff like Call of Duty, you mean? I think I'm gonna keep the eyes wide actually. Maybe like grayish. That's pretty good. So you don't like Battlefield, I'm guessing? Yeah. I mean, I don't really care about the game necessarily. I usually care more about if you can play it with others, or if it has like a good, I guess, you know, feeling to it. The gameplay feel. Let's do the sketch render, 50% resolution with some post-production. We need 32 resolution. I mean samplings. Let's do some rendering. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Hold on. There you go. Rendering. Let's do the sketch render so we can do some post-production in the post-production tab. There you go. Do you not like them because they are about war, or, you know, because you have to shoot and aim? You know? Some people are born to be an MMORPG player. Some people are born to be an FPS player. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. Good luck and have fun, Ronak. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Okay. Yep. Take care. So what is this? We need some medium. Let's set it to high, so the glow isn't too high. That's basically only what I add to all my quick sketches. The glare node, and then the denoise node, so we don't have any noise, and it has a little bit of a glare. Yeah. I mean, hitting headshots is quite satisfying. I can't deny that. Yeah. Okay, let's do the final render. 100%. There you go. Render it. And then we can go into hair modeling. And let's see how far we can get today. Hopefully we can... So the best case scenario would be to finish it today. Yesterday we actually talked a lot about the setup of the hair and the settings. Today we can go immediately into of course. I mean, the suggestion was pretty good, so you know. Yeah. Yeah, take care. What do I want to say? I can't remember. Oh yeah, yesterday we talked a lot about you know, the hair settings and how you set up the hair, what all the settings actually do, which probably took like 45 minutes or so, or half an hour. So we have at least half an hour more to work on the hair. And now that we also know kind of how to work with the interpolation method, maybe we can even finish the structure today. It'll probably take a little bit longer to do the structure, you know, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, when at least, you know, I think YouTube changed some settings, or you know, some background stuff, so that at least when you watch something in 144p, at least the sound is still good. Hopefully, I think so. I think I've you know, sometimes when I play this background music, I just play the lo-fi hip hop playlist on YouTube, the live stream. And sometimes I put it to like 144p, and it still sounds pretty good. I think sometimes, I think I remember that on YouTube, you know, the sound went pretty bad when you switch down the, when you reduce the quality. So the biggest, the most difficult project that I've done so far was probably the one that we finished for for the MSI Creator Award competition. That just, I think we finished it last month or 2 months ago. It was a submission for a competition. I can show it to you in a second. Hold on, let me pull it up. So it basically involves not only, I guess, sort of likeness sculpting. On Twitch, it's actually, it gets worse. I don't know about Twitch that much. I don't really watch Twitch too much. So yeah, it involved not only likeness sculpting of a sculpt, the what is it, Venus de Milo sculpt, the real life sculpt, but also hard surface modeling or hard surface sculpting, both, as well as sculpting, what is it, cloth, and then some more retopology and all that stuff, and texturing. So hold on, let me pull that up. Where is it? It is probably in here. Yeah, there you go. So we have a few shots here. Let me do, there's the final version. Let's switch to display capture. So that's what it looks like in full body. Hold on, let's grab this one. That's what it looks like. We have, you know, the sculpt itself. My idea was basically, I think the theme was technology meets aesthetics. So my idea was basically to combine an old sculpt, you know, that is, you know, aesthetically, visually pleasing, with technology, with a technology aspect, which is these mechanical hands, or arms actually. A lot of, you know, well-known Roman, or, you know, yeah, I think Roman sculpts don't have their limbs anymore. So I decided to replace them with, you know, technology, with these mechanical arms. I've sculpted these arms in the beginning, and then I used some retopology to create these different panels, and then I also created some custom textures to, you know, create these nice lines, and these this marble frieze took ages to create. We have some interior work here as well. That is probably the most difficult project that I've done so far, I think. So what I try to do with my projects, or what I at least try to do every year, is one benchmark project. What I mean with benchmark project is basically, so this was the one that I submitted with, you know, the logos and all that stuff. What I try to do every year, at least, is create a project that basically is, I guess, tests my skills. I try to, you know, just try to see how far I can push an image, and kind of to compare it to the previous benchmark project to kind of see how much I've improved over the year. So this one's the second benchmark project. I've done one before that, which was of course 2 years ago now. Wait, no, 1 year ago. And yeah, the one that I've just shown you was the latest benchmark project. So next year there's going to be another one, most likely. At least that's the plan. Let's do some post-production now. 1920 times 1920. Let's go to Photoshop. Hold on, let me pull up the image. Where am I? I'm in the wrong folder. Oh no. There you go. Okay, let's do some quick post-production. Then we're gonna go and post the image. The submissions are still open for a name for this piece. My idea is evolution or something like that. I don't know, we'll see. Let's do some post-production first. I like to kind of push or bring down the gray tones so we can have a bigger contrast in the face itself or in the scope. There you go, just a little bit. Kind of bring down the gray values on this side, and then we can increase the white tones a little bit to kind of make those stand out more. There you go. Oh, and then we can see just a little bit stronger. This one was quite flat, and then just increasing the gray tones and darkening the gray tones and making the white or brighter tones a little bit brighter makes it pop way more. I also like to use the contrast adjustment layer. That's basically an adjustment layer that basically does the same, just darkens the gray tones and whitens the bright parts. Sometimes I like to combine them just because the contrast node is easier to use than the selective color correction node. One you can go into more detail, one you just, I guess, apply. And then, yeah, that's basically it. Let me also apply my good old texture that I like to apply to all my black and white images. Right now, all my quick sketches are black and white because at some point I started, doing these in black and white. Then I guess, made it a challenge to just, make them all in black and white, especially because they, it kind of reduces the amount of stuff that you have to care about when you do these sculpts or these sketches. Because, you don't have to care about color. So you can just care about form and shape and composition, which of course makes it easier to, fit everything in that 30-minute timer. Yeah. So what I like to add is this small little, fingerprint texture on top of it, just to give it a little bit of a, I guess, structure in these dark spots where there's basically nothing. I think it looks pretty cool, gives it a certain style. I also want to go back to color at some point, but right now I just, we have a project planned probably for next week, an animation project that we started probably 2 weeks ago, but then kind of, paused. We will probably maybe continue that project next week, probably next week. Where we animate my human base mesh that I've, my animatable human base mesh that I created at some point. Just to kind of, I guess, test out how much or, how well you can animate it, and just kind of show the, I guess, animation workflow from, my animation workflow. And then this animation is supposed to kind of bring back the color for all these quick sketches. So it's a multi-purpose project. It is not only there to, animate some stuff on stream, create an animation on stream. Oh wait, you couldn't even, oh my god. Okay, well, hold on, let me show you the finished image. I forgot to switch to Photoshop, hold on. There you go. So what we've done is we've brought in selective color correction just to kind of boost the gray tones a little bit, bring them down, then make the whites whiter. Then I use contrast to increase that look even more, and then I use the fingerprint texture to give it this nice structure around it. Yeah, that's basically it. Okay, let's go back to Blender. Let's open up what we're gonna work on today. Oh, not saving. There you go. Open recent. Female org version 2a. As I said before, yesterday we've done the bulk of the hair, the inside of the hair basically. And today we're gonna go into the structure. We'll see how far we can get today. This one was another project that I've done probably 2 weeks ago. Let me remove this real quick. There you go. Yeah, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna give it some more structure, some more, you know, detail, so it doesn't look as horrible as it does right now, as bland. Yeah, we'll see how far we can get with this. Today, it'll actually look good in the end. That's the goal, at least partially, hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna upload it to my phone, and then I'm gonna upload it to social media. While that's happening, you're gonna see a quick compilation of projects that we've done on stream, probably in February and March. So you don't have to, you know, look at my face just uploading stuff. It'll probably take roughly 3 minutes, and then we're gonna go straight into hair modeling because I don't want to rob your time. There you go. This is still black and white. The color will come back for these quick sketches when we finish the animation. Maybe we'll finish it next week. I actually want to finish it at some point because I want to go back to color. I think it's you know, more enjoyable or easier to do these sketches, but it also kind of takes away an important aspect of these quick sketches, which is the color. You know, color can do so much in an image, and you lose that aspect completely if you just don't use it. So yeah. Okay. So I'm going to see you in 3 minutes once I've uploaded the quick sketch, and then we're going to continue with the hair. We're going to talk about the structure, how to create structure, how to create the second layer of hair, and then how we'll apply it. Yeah. Hope you'll enjoy the compilation. I'll see you in 3 minutes. And we're back. Let's begin with today's topic. Let me make this a little bit smaller. I want to have some more room to work with here. So let's talk about how to create the structure of the hair. If you compare this piece to, hold on. So, okay. The structure of the hair. If you compare this part, you know, the fill hair, with the scope that we created, we can see a big difference. We can see these hairs basically just go all the way back, and then, you know, they are very straight. They basically just, you know, have a certain direction in which they go. They determine the main flow of the hair. You can see, you know, it kind of looks like a hairstyle, but it also looks kind of boring. That is what the next level of hair will be for. This hair will create more depth and also the actual hairstyle. Right now, you can see it just goes straight, you know, straight back on the from the forehead to the back of the head to the ponytail. But now, after we're done adding the structure today, we'll actually have an actual hairstyle like this. This is what the second layer will do. It'll not only create some structure, it'll create depth. It'll also break up the main flow, make it more, I guess, random, make it more, I guess, less uniform. You can see these ones are all like super long, these strands. So we're gonna bring in some smaller, some shorter strands, just to break up the structure a little bit, to make it look more natural. Natural means, you know, randomness and some, you know, small, some big, and all that stuff. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do today. We will bring some structure into the house. We basically built the walls for the house. Now we're gonna bring in some furniture or some wallpapers, whatever you want. So, of course, we're gonna use hair particles for the eyebrows and eyelashes as well. But that's gonna come later. I want to care about the hairstyle first. We're probably gonna do the braids later, not right from the beginning. I think I want to, you know, create those later. I think this could probably even be like a separate, I guess, topic. We'll see how long it'll take us to create the rest of the hair. So let's begin just from the top. Of course, we can already see the difference between the fill hair and the smaller hair. The fill hair is very wide. It's just basically supposed to cover a lot of room. It's supposed to cover a lot of skin, so you don't see, you can't see through the hair to the skin, which would make the hairstyle look very, very thin and kind of, you know, as if they're old and they're losing hair. That's what we kind of want to avoid. So we first of all create this volume here, or this cover here, and now we can add on top the structure here to create the actual hairstyle. Which means we definitely need to cover less room, because now we don't want to, you know, just cover room because we want to cover it. We actually want to shape the room. We want to bring in structure, which means we need more detail. Which means if you compare it to sculpting, if you want to add more detail, we're gonna decrease or increase the resolution, which means the faces will be smaller, so the hair will be smaller as well in this example. So let's go into the hair source and let's create the second hairstyle. The second hair particle system. We can just call it, oh, hello. Please let me rename it. It lagged. There you go. Please. Oh, there you go. Hair 2. Go back to here. There you go. Okay. I'll call this hair 2 as well. Okay, so we discussed yesterday what settings are important for a still image. The only ones we care about are emission, then render for a second viewport display, children, hair shape, and then vertex groups. Okay, let's go over the emission first. That's the only setting that we can't really change once we go into shaping the hairstyle. What I'm going to do here is just what I like to do to create the strands. You know, to create the hair particle system, what I like to do is I like to separate a single hair strand. I don't want to have thousands, I just want to have one. So I can perfectly just see what every single hair strand looks like on this one. This one will be the, the layout hair strand, in which will represent what the hairstyle would look like, or what the hair strands in that hair particle system would look like in the end. So I'm only gonna, show one. I think the length can be definitely shorter. This one is not really there to cover room. It is more there to, kind of laggy. I wonder why. Reduce it. Probably like this. It's not supposed to cover a lot of room. It's only supposed to, give part of the hair a little bit more structure, more depth. So it doesn't need to be that long. I'm gonna give it maybe 1.6 length. We can also, of course, make it longer if we need to, but I think 1.6 sounds good to me right now. Maybe, let's put it to 1.75. There you go. Okay, segments, let's put it to 8. I think 8 sounds pretty good to me. Segments basically being the resolution of the hair. The more segments, the smoother it'll look. We then also have render settings. We want to disable the emitter, of course, or not show it. The steps need to be the same that they are on, or at least the maximum that we have displayed here. Let's set it to 8. The render settings don't really, change anything in our workflow, but they just, increasing these steps in the render settings will make the hair look smoother. And then we also have the viewport display strand steps, which is what I'm going to put to 8, because now we can actually see how smooth the hair will look like and what the actual structure in the render will look like. Then, of course, we need some children as well. I'm not going to use interpolated children because, we want to deliberately place these hair strands, so I will not use interpolated children. We're going to use simple children, just how we use the, just the same that we use in the first hair particle system as well. Let's set the display to 100. There you go, so we can see how many will be there in the render as well. Length. So yeah, I think for this one we can kind of, break up. We can kind of make this more random, this hair strand. So what I'm definitely gonna do here is I'm gonna decrease the length. The minimum length of these children particles will probably be like 0.75. That's what I like to use as a value. So 75% of the max length of the parent particle is the shortest children hair. And then the threshold will determine how many of those children hair will actually be that short. If I set it to 1, 100% will be 100% at 100% length. If I set it to 0.5, 50% of the hair will be shorter than the max length. So yeah, let's set it to, I like 0.75 and 0.5 usually. The seat doesn't really matter. The size, oh yeah, the size doesn't really matter as well. The size only changes the thickness of each individual hair strand. I don't really see the big difference, in the render, so I don't want to use it. And then the radius, we can make the radius definitely smaller than these bigger cover hair strands, because we want to be more delicate and more detailed with these hair strands. So the hair strands will be smaller as well, or the radius. I'm gonna make this smaller. I think the lag comes from the other hair particle system. So what we can do is we can just go to this hair particle system. First of all, maybe reduce the strand steps, maybe to 8, maybe even less, maybe even like 5. Now they're a little bit blockier, as you can see right here. They actually have like some edges, but that's okay because they, we're not working on them, so we don't really need to see their full length. There you go. And then we can also decrease the display amount. Let's set it to 12. We only really need to see where they are, what the volume of them look like. Not really, they're not supposed to cover the skin in the viewport display as well. Okay. We have some clumping. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to the hair particle system. There you go. The one that we work on. We have length. The length changes. It's a little bit random. And then we also have the roundness. The roundness basically makes the hair strand, right now we have a perfectly cut strand here. Everything, it ends right there on this edge, or on the end, basically where the parent particle ends. If we increase the roundness, it'll just have a little bit more randomness. Some are longer than others. It just makes it look more natural, basically. Of course, What happens though, if you decrease the radius, the roundness will, you know, be smaller and smaller and smaller. So the bigger actually the radius, the more you can see the roundness. But you can still see the roundness with a, you know, thinner strand like this. So roundness still helps to make it look more realistic. So I usually put it to 1 because, you know, something in between isn't really, you know, that interesting to me. Maybe if you have like very well kept hair, a roundness of maybe like 0.3 or so could be interesting, but I'll just keep it at 1 because this is, you know, quite a wild hairstyle, unkept. So we can work with a full roundness. Then we can use some clumping. Clumping basically makes the strand look more like a union, makes them look more like a unit. What I mean is, if I increase clumping, you can see it just gets close. You know, the strands come closer together in the end, which can help make it look more like a hair strand. If you look at, I have some references. So let me pull them up so I don't just, you know, ramble some stuff to you and you don't really know what I mean. I have some references, of course. Let me pull up one of them. There you go. This one is probably perfect. Wait, are they actually in here? No, they're not. There you go, this one. So this is probably, you know, a pretty good real life representation of what we want to create here. What we've created basically is what we can see in this image as well, is, you know, that the hairs go down. What we now want to create is these hairs that kind of have this wavy shape, or, you know, they have this shape. They're a little bit wavier. They also kind of, you know, sometimes take this loop just to kind of break up the main structure and make it look more realistic over here as well. You know, these nice, you know, I guess waves, smaller strands here that just kind of make it look more vast in its, you know, it just makes it more deeper by not only creating some holes where you can see through to the first layer, but also by creating more different variations of hair that just makes it look more interesting. So that's how we want to shape this hair strand, which means you can also see these strands stick pretty close together. They don't spread out in the end. They stick pretty close together. So that's what I want to bring in here as well in the strand, which means I'm going to bring in some clumping just to keep them closer together. I can also change the shape to make them wider or thinner. I like to keep them quite wide, just so they cover a little bit more room, especially if I want to make these hair projects a little bit, you know, quicker. I like to at least cover a little bit more room if I can with the shape, for example. Maybe the radius can be a little bit bigger like this. 1.07 didn't really do much, but you know. Okay. We can also change the twist if we want to, but I think I like to keep it at 0 here. Roundness. Oh yeah, we can... actually no. I don't like using roundness. What I like to use though, or uniformity I don't like to use. What I like to use though is maybe endpoint a little bit, just to spread out the end. Then maybe even the shape to bring them closer together. So they stick pretty close together until the end where they kind of spread out. As you can see right here. Woo! Maybe we can keep them a little bit closer like this. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good strand. And then also we have the random factor. The random factor basically treats each individual, you know, changes the gives each individual hair strand a individual displacement. So if I increase that, you can see what happens. All the hairs just go in a random direction. We can use that to bring in some stray hairs that just go in all directions, basically, that kind of fly around the main hair strand. What I mean, I can show you in a second. If we can just increase the randomness factor, maybe let's put it to 0.25. That might be actually be too much, we'll see. And then we can change the size to make the randomness a little bit wilder. As you can see, now they have like these super crazy deformations. And now if we increase the threshold, only a few of these hairs will actually be deformed. So we can get these nice stray hairs in there as well, as you can see right there. We now have the main hair strand, and then also some smaller hairs kind of revolving or kind of following the main hair strand still, but kind of, you know, being wildly around the main hair strand. That makes it just look more a little bit more natural. As I said, randomness brings more, I guess, realism into the whole thing. And because they randomly just poke out, it looks a little bit more realistic. We can also increase the threshold if you want to make this wilder. No, decrease the threshold. So something like 0.175 sounds good to me. There you go. The king. Oh, I want to actually decrease the randomness just a little bit. They poke out quite far. I think I like to keep it a little bit closer. And then we have the strand shape. The strand shape, we can probably just use the same value that we've used for the other hair particle system, the first one, which is 0.35 and 0.15. So 0.35 thickness at the root of the hair, 0.35, and then the tip could probably stay at 0. Yeah, let's keep it at 0. Perfect. The strand shape I like to change to -0.5, just so the individual hair strands stay thicker for longer until they taper off into this 0 millimeter or meter thickness. Yeah, and now basically everything's ready to be applied. I don't think we forgot anything. If so, we can still change it, of course, except for the emission. But I think the length looks pretty good. The structure looks pretty good. The setup looks pretty good. So I would say we can now use this to create the hairstyle. You know what? I want to decrease the radius a little bit. And I also want to bring in a little bit more clumping. Bring them a little bit closer together. Maybe even 1. That looks pretty good, actually. Increase the radius just a little bit. There you go. That's pretty good. Okay. Let's go into particle edit mode. Before we do that, though, I want to remove the hair strand. And there you go. Let's now save it first. And let's go into particle edit mode and create the hairstyle. Of course, now we need to work even more with the hair sculpt to kind of see where we need to place them, you know, the individual hair strands. But that shouldn't be a big problem, especially now that we have the good old interpolation method. We will make the whole thing way easier to do. So what we're going to do first, as always, as we've done yesterday as well, we'll create a layout or some landmark hair that kind of shapes the hair around them to make it easier to, you know, create the full hairstyle in less time. So let's do that. I would say we begin with these ones, these very, very important hairstyle or hair strands. Maybe even this one in the middle. Let's start with that one. Oh, wrong. There you go. So it kind of starts over here. So I'm going to just add one over here. One over here as well. There you go. And now we can select them and brush them into their place. We can also enable children. Maybe set it to 8. There you go. So we can actually see what we're doing. We can see how thick the strands are, so we can kind of see whether or not we kind of go too, you know, whether or not the volume of this hair is too much or not. Now that we have them placed kind of in the same direction, in the right direction, I mean, we can now place them more according to the sculpt. And then once they're kind of in the right direction, we can remove the sculpt and then kind of, you know, just do some detail work, place them in the exact spot where we want them to be. I think we're in that spot right now, so we hide the sculpt. We can now select the individual hair strands and just change the shape individually. Move that one over here. There you go. Keep it pretty close to the... bring it towards the ponytail, basically. There you go. Brush it down. Perfect. Okay. So those are the two in the front. You can see. Looks pretty good to me. Of course, we have some hair strands that kind of poke out. We could probably fix that for the ones that have this hairline, you know, that are part of the hairline. What we can do to fix that is we can go into X-ray mode. We select the root vertex and also the one after that. Then we can say subdivide. So we add another, you know, point right there. And now we can use this point and brush it out. So it changes the intrinsic direction of the hair. Now if we disable preserve root position, we can push the root closer into the skin, more into the skin, so the hair actually starts inside of the hair. I mean the skin. This way we can avoid having these flying hairs, especially on the hairline, like this. Now if we go back to this view and bring back the sculpt, we are not too far away. We probably need to push it down a little bit. We can see we go quite far off. So let's push it further back here. Of course, keep in mind to preserve the root position again. Tick that box. Otherwise, it's very easy to just destroy the whole hairstyle. There you go. This side looks good. Let's bring back the scope just to see. I think that's good. Let's go to the other side. We don't need to stick fully, you know, completely to the sculpt, but it's a good starting position. Let's add a subdivision to this one as well. Subdivide, there you go. Push this one down. Oh. There you go. And we fixed the hairline. Look at this. Now we can shape it a little bit better. Looks pretty good to me already, although now we have some more. We want to push this closer in, like this. There you go. I also want to keep this quite close to the skin, because this is, you know, the first layer, I guess. Or actually, no, in the front it's the only layer, really. But a little bit later, we will have these layers on top of the other ones. So we kind of have to make some room for those ones. Okay. So now if I remove the hair sculpt, we can see we have these two nice beginning hair strands. Let's create some more before we go into creating the, I guess, filling the gaps. So let's create some more landmark hair strands. The next one that I like to add is the one that kind of goes over these ones. The first one, the first two that we've placed, by just going in here and adding another one, like over there. Perfect. It is already shaped in almost the right position, so now we just have to reshape it and bring it into the right direction. Right here. There you go. This one can go over the other two. We can probably also bring it a little bit closer to the head in the beginning. These ones actually don't seem to fly, do they? Oh yeah, they do. Okay, we have to fix those as well. But that shouldn't take too long. There you go. And that's the next hair. That's the next layer, coming from more of the outside. And then, of course, bringing it into, or, you know, towards the ponytail. There you go. Perfect. Let's go into X-ray mode and fix this hairline. I mean, this hair strand. This, what is it? Yeah, hairline, basically. With this flying hair. There you go, that's better. Perfect. We can also move it over here a little bit more. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. That's perfect. Let's do the other side, and then we can probably fix some. Or no, we have like maybe like one or two more landmark points that I want to, you know, establish before we bring in the gaps to fill the gaps. So let's do those. Before I do that, I want to quickly change the topic that is on my webcam. Hold on. It's not part 2, it's probably part 3, I'm guessing. There you go. Okay. Let's do the next landmark, which will be exactly right here. There you go. Looks kind of weird, so we have to reshape it. So it looks actually, it is in the right direction. Or, you know, it is where it needs to be. There you go. Yeah, this will be, of course, just as we've done yesterday. This will be the workflow now. Not only for this, for the upper head, but basically for the whole hairstyle. Just kind of pushing those into shape and then using the interpolation method to create the rest of the hairstyle. Wait, oh, I did the wrong shape here. There you go. Of course, if there are any questions ever, you can always ask them. There you go. Especially when it comes to hair. I remember, you know, trying to figure out hair particles and how you actually create like good hairstyles, or actually, you know, any hairstyle in using Blender hair particles. It's like super confusing in the beginning. So I definitely had to watch like a tutorial before I really knew what I really can do with it and how you really work with them. I didn't even know that the particle the particle edit mode existed, so it's kind of, you know, I was kind of guessing until I watched the tutorial. It can definitely create some nice hairstyles though, some nice realistic looking hairstyles. So it's definitely something I guess important to learn when you do character modeling. If you want to do more realistic characters, of course, that is. Not really if you want to do, I guess, stuff like, you know, stylized characters. They have rather, you know, they usually have either curved hair or maybe even my new hair particle system that I've developed. But yeah, they don't usually use these this hair particle system. Although, as you saw, you know, in Disney movies, they actually try to make everything except the characters really realistic. Or not, maybe not everything, but you know, hair, you know, the hair on a character looks very, very real. If you look like at Disney characters, like the fur on Sully, I think he's called, the blue monster in Monsters Inc. He has quite realistic fur. Then usually all the hair on any, you know, basically any character looks pretty realistic. Only really, you know, their face is really the stylized part, and the body, you know. The hair usually looks pretty realistic. I wonder why they do this. Do it that way. Maybe it just, you know, looks better in the end. I'm not quite sure. Even their clothing looks really, really, really good. Not only, of course, the deformations, but also, you know, the fabrics and all that look all like super realistic. Only, you know, the body and the face and all that look weird. Okay, one more. One more, two more. Let's create two more. Two more of these landmark hair strands. I mean, we can also probably just compare it before and after, you know, adding these hair strands, these landmark hair strands, to see whether or not it actually improved already. If not, then we do something wrong. But yeah, that's basically how you create a full hairstyle. You just go ahead and usually have multiple layers, because you can't really change the main aspect or the main structure of a hair in a single hair particle system. So you need multiple. That's also why I use two particle systems for eyelashes, because the lower eyelashes usually look a little bit different than the upper eyelashes, especially in the length department. The lower ones usually are a little bit thinner. I mean, not thinner, they're shorter, and also sometimes a little bit, yeah, not thinner, but there aren't as many. There you go. Fix the root. Looks pretty good to me. Let's add two more, a pair down here, and then we can fill some gaps. Okay. Hold on, we're going to continue in a second. There you go. I remember, so I don't know how I found these videos, or at least they got recommended to me. People kind of showing off, or, you know, like, not really, I guess you could say content creators, showing off their super expensive houses. First of all, I'm not really somebody that likes to buy or, you know, I don't like to buy expensive stuff because it's expensive. I probably wouldn't even do it if I have like tons and tons of money just even then, because it kind of feels like a waste of money. And then I saw, you know, these at least two these two house tour videos. One I think from Nicolo and one from Phase Rug, going over their houses. One was, I think, like, oh, my $2 million apartment, and then my $10 million house. First of all, why do you need like a $10 million house? What could be in there that could be of use to you to make it worth 10 million? Usually all the houses that you see from all these, you know, rich people, I guess you could say, you know, all these very expensive houses have so much stuff that you'd never use. Like, oh, we have 7 guest rooms. Oh, well, how often do you have guests at your house? Probably not 7 at the same time, like ever. So why do you need so many? And then, you know, then you actually watch their house tour, and they, you know, talk like, oh, well, here I bought this, or, you know, oh, this looks so cool, like, oh, the statue right there cost me like I don't know, $50,000, you know, doesn't really do much, but it looks cool. Like, wow. Of course you have to fill your 10 rooms now with you know, something, but, you know, at least make it, I don't know, something you can use. I don't know. Or, you know, half of their house tour was basically like, oh, well, it kind of felt like they tried to justify why they bought it, despite having no reason why. And then, you know, it kind of seemed like they kind of, you know, it dawned on them as well as they just talked about it, that it's like a super horrible purchase. Like, oh, well, there's another room like this, you know, the cinema room. We could watch some movies and whatever. You know, I'm probably never going to use it, but, you know, it looks cool. Like, oh, wow, nice. You could also just buy like I don't know, a more cheaper apartment and just, you know, use every room in your house. Or maybe even just, you know, I don't know. It seems super weird to me to just buy stuff because you can. But I guess that's just a different mentality. It's weird to me. You can already tell, like, oh, well, I bought this $10 million house. Nice. I bet 8 million of those 10 million you didn't even use for anything. Okay. Let's remove the head sculpt so we can see the structure. You can see immediately it looks way better than before. We actually now have some structure in here. We have some nice hair strands that, you know, establish a nice advanced hair flow, you could say. They're not only there to bring in volume, they're there to bring in the actual hairstyle. So now we can use the interpolation addition method, the interpolated add tool, to add more hairstyles and finish the top part at least, or at least, you know, fill the gaps some more so we actually have a better structure. So that's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna start in the middle right here. There you go, that's the first one. We can also see, if we look at the hair sculpt, that these kind of go over the middle of the hair. So the middle of the hair goes like underneath the next layer of hair, and then this next layer of hair goes underneath the next layer of hair, and then the next layer goes under the next. So we kind of have to adjust this middle hair as well. We just have to push it down a little bit more. You can see it's sort of on the same height than the other two landmark hairs, so just by pushing it down a little bit, that should help make it look more like the sculpt. There you go. I mean, I think if I have like that much money in my bank account, I would probably be, you know, a little bit more, I guess, you know, open to what I could buy, but I wouldn't buy stuff that I'm never going to use. That's kind of, I don't know, weird to me. It's just, you know, wasted money at that point. You could also say like it's an investment, but how often are you going to sell your, I don't know, diamond jaguar statue for more than what you've bought it for? It's more like, you know, it's like decoration. It's not really like a collectible. It's weird to me, but you know, I'm just, I guess, not that type of person. I like to buy stuff that I'm actually going to use. That's why I like to spend, you know, I like to spend money on stuff that actually I will use for a long time. So if I know that I'm going to use something for a long time, like shoes, for example, I usually know that my shoes will, you know, hold for at least like 3 or 4 years. So I'm, you know, more inclined to buy more expensive shoes because, you know, if they look good and I know that I'm going to use them for a longer time, then, you know, it's not really like wasted money. But if you buy stuff because you can, it's kind of weird to me. There you go. I'm also not really somebody that, you know, is after certain brands. Like, oh, we gotta get some Gucci now, dude. Let me get some Gucci. Got this Gucci belt right there. Just like a green belt with some blue on it. Sick, dude. Or some white t-shirt with the Gucci logo on it. You can also just print it yourself. Have the same t-shirt, but for like $12. Could probably even see the difference. But you know, those brands wouldn't survive if there wouldn't be, you know, people that buy it. Okay. Okay, the music seems to be quite quiet. I'm gonna make it a little bit louder. There you go. 18. Sounds pretty good to me. Maybe a little bit. No, I'll. You know, sometimes there are louder, you know, songs. Sometimes there are quieter songs. I think that's pretty good. Okay, we've finished the middle part, I think. I don't know if we need more than what we have right now. Let's see. Yeah, it looks pretty, you know, messy right now. We can always, you know, adjust the hair strands, of course, except for the length. But that doesn't really matter that much. Let's go into rendered view just to see what it looks like. Save it right there. Let's see. Takes a little bit to render. Hold on, can we use a... I want to use an HDRI so it's easier to see the hair. Actually, no, we can already see it. Especially because, you know, we now have created the front. I think one thing that'll definitely enhance the structure is by just increasing the strand length, because then you can kind of see the individual strands a little bit better. What we can also do is we can go into these settings and I can yeah, make them a little bit, you know, more uniform. Stuff like the I could change the, what is it, randomness, either make it less, or what we can also do is change the threshold. There you go, that's better. Maybe like 0.5. Yeah, I think I will. I will not spend 200 million on a house, but I will spend more in my hobby or in activities. Yeah, you know, if you're actually going to use it, you know, if you actually use your money to do stuff or to use what you've bought, you know, then that's okay. But, you know, just, I guess, throwing out your money because you can is kind of weird to me. Especially because you never really know what could happen, you know. Maybe you you buy your $1 million house and then or $10 million house and then it burns down. Nice. And then you have nothing in your bank. You you can't even, you know, sell your house. Maybe you have insurance, but still. See, now we have some better structure here. Takes a little bit to render, but we can see, there you go. That's the beginning of the hairstyle. Now it only comes down to filling the gaps and making it more dense. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's understandable, it doesn't have to be perfect. I can still understand you, so you know, it's all good. Okay. So let's do the next. Let's fill the gap right here. Let's go into. Oh no, let's not do that. I don't want to increase the hair particle amount right now because that could lead to some big lags. Oh, it's at 100 already. You know, I'm going to decrease that actually maybe to 50, just so it's easy to work in here. Oh, is that the first? Nope, okay. Maybe to 50. There you go, maybe even to 25. Why is there no change? Oh, I know why. We need to go out of particle edit and then go back in. There you go, now it's less. There you go, now it should be a little bit easier to work with this. So let's add more. So, of course, as always, with interpolation, what I like to do is I like to take the whole gap and then put one in the middle, and then I will take the next two gaps that I've created and fill those as well. So we're going to put a hair strand right in the middle of this. We still have to make sure that it, you know, is in the right place for the sculpt. Over here maybe. Right there. There you go. The shape looks actually pretty good. So let's do the other side as well. Right here. Right there, perfect. This one looks quite big, so I'm gonna change it. It's too far out. There you go, perfect. Okay, and of course the more hairs we add, the more easy it'll be to just, you know, add some more hairs. Okay, let's go ahead and create a nice hairline for this hair as well. Shouldn't be too hard. We probably have to do the same for the other side as well. But I think we already almost reached the amount of hairs that we, you know, have to adjust to create a good hairline. There you go. Pull it down. And then what I also like to do, if you have these small hiccups in your hair, hair particle, you can see right here, even by going in here and using the comb brush, you can't really fix this dent that is in there. It is still like the small little bump in there. Sometimes what works is what you can do is disabling preserve strand length and just trying to push it out. This way you can kind of fix it sometimes. I think it looks pretty good right there. At least it looks good enough. So yeah. There you go. Fixed the hair. Perfect. This side looks good. Is there... Oh, there's a problem. We need to fix this one. So at my job, I mainly do... Oh, okay. See you, Jordan. Hope you've enjoyed the stream. Hope you'll enjoy the rest of your day. Hope you... okay, now I'm not gonna say anything about sleep. Yeah. Thank you for joining. And chatting. So what I do at my job is mainly either 2D designs for, like, you know, flyers or packagings or whatever, advertisements in like a print, you know, print version. Or what I mainly do, because I'm one of the only two that kind of knows about that topic, is animations, whether that is for social media postings or other stuff like that. That's basically what I do as well. what we're actually going to do soon, probably like in 2 months or so, which is probably going to be pretty exciting, is a logo or like a corporate design showcase animation. What that is basically a small animation that shows the new design for the company that we make it for. So we do not only show, we do not only animate like the logo, how the logo could, animate in, how the logo could be animated, but also stuff like what type of message is this company supposed to deliver, or what kind of font they use, what kind of colors, and all that stuff kind of put together in a small little animation. Will be pretty cool. We're probably going to start with that in probably 2 months or so, and I'm probably going to animate the whole thing, which will be very exciting, because usually I only do like small animation for for postings which aren't really that complex, moving some stuff and creating some transitions or whatever. This will actually be a little bit more complex, which will make it look, test my skills a little bit more. Oh, this hair looks pretty good. I like it. So the most important part about these smaller hair strands is not only to create, just a secondary structure, but also to create some randomness. These strands are not supposed to have the perfect flow. They're not supposed to follow the same flow exactly. They're basically really only supposed to, do their own thing and kind of follow the main flow. What I mean by that is they can actually, intersect. They can kind of be a little bit wavy. They can be a little bit out of the, I guess they can be, I don't know how to say that, not the average. They're basically supposed to, first of all, not only kind of follow the structure, but also break the structure by creating these wavy lines, or, just going further out than they need to, so to make it look a little bit more loose and realistic. So we can push them around a little bit. Usually, of course, with interpolation, the hairs just follow the flow that has been established before, which means by just, pushing and moving them around, we can create a more random hairstyle. Yeah, it's a pretty cool job. I did my apprenticeship a year ago, or finished it a year ago. It takes 3 years to do it. So now I can, I've been working for almost a year. I actually had the idea to switch to a different job that involves more actually 3D, VR and animations and video. But right now I don't really know if I necessarily have the time for like a resume, because I want to do like a cool resume with animations and video stuff, which will take a little bit of time to set up. I've started already, but I'm not really that far into it, so I decided kind of to wait with that. Maybe I'll continue it later. Okay, let's look at it again. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, let's go back into object mode and look at the rendered view. Okay. So one thing that I kind of probably want to change is that the hair is supposed to be pulled back more. Right now it kind of looks like it's styled so that there's this weird lock in the front. I want to pull them further back. It's more supposed to look like a ponytail, where all the hair gets almost fully pulled back into this hair, into this ponytail, into this band, rather than kind of loosely putting them in there. So that this looks too loose. I want to pull them more back. That's what I'm going to change now. Shouldn't be a big problem if we just go in here and select all the strands and pull them back. Let's see if that actually works. So I'm gonna select everything and just grab my brush and brush them just a little bit further back like this. There you go. That's definitely better. I think that's pretty good. This one, maybe bring it closer to the head. You know, these small adjustments are doable using the brush, but trying to style a lot of hairs at the same time is kind of hard. So doing these small adjustments work, but in general, you know, creating like the whole full hairstyle in one go doesn't really work. Okay, let's look at it now just to see if it looks better now. Definitely looks better in this view. Let's see the rendered view. Yeah, I think that's okay. Let's continue. I think it especially looks weird because there's no volume. There's a lot of volume in the front and not really any volume on the side and in the back. So it kind of looks like this, I guess more, you know, rockabilly hairstyle in the front. Let's add some more hair particles now. We're going to use the add tool, of course. Hair sculpt, there you go. Kind of estimate where we need to go. There you go. Let's add a few more over here and over there. And then we can grab these three and adjust them. Wait, where's the last one? There it is. They're definitely too far out, so I'm going to push them down first. There you go, that's better. Then what I want to do is I just want to spread them out more and also give them their own individual direction, you know, make them more wavy, bring them closer together, maybe even intersect them. Not too much because this part up here is quite kept compared to the ponytail in the end. But, you know, we can still have some randomness in here. There you go. Maybe bring it closer to the head just a little bit. There you go, perfect. Okay, let's do the next part. Let's do the next gap. This one right here. Wait, no, we have to do the other side, right? No, actually, is there? No, we need a few more over here as well. But why is this going in the other direction? Wait. Oh, okay. This one is wrong. Is it? Hold on, I'm confused. No, this one looks pretty good already. I'm gonna move it a little bit more over here though. Okay. Let's fill this gap here as well. Let's just add two more here. Always checking back with the sculpt to make sure that we're not in the wrong, you know, placing hair in the wrong position. There you go. I wonder if, you know, maybe that's just, you know, going back to the money thing. Maybe that's just something you kind of, I guess, rethink at some point. You know, well, I have so much money now, I could just buy anything right now. Why don't I just buy, you know, random dumb stuff? But I don't know. I think that's also like a mentality thing. Because there are a lot of people that don't have like huge houses. You know, you see actors. Some have like actually, you know, small, chill, cozy houses. I think that's something I would enjoy more rather than having these huge halls. You know, these huge houses that have like 60 rooms and you have to go like, you have to run a marathon to go from one side to the other. It doesn't really seem like my kind of house. I like it cozy and small. You know, if you have an echo in your house, that's kind of weird to me. That's too much room. What we can also do is we can just disable the children so we can see the hair flow better. We can see these ones are clean. Why are they two at the same time? Let me fix that real quick. There you go, just remove it. Okay, let's go over to this part here. There's a huge gap here, let's fix that. There's a huge gap. Okay, what is the flow looking good? Nah, yeah, it looks pretty good. I want to fill some more room over here though. Yo, maybe the money will speak to you at some point and it'll convince you to just waste it. You have to be mentally strong to not do it. But I think it also depends on how you look at life, rather, you know, a little bit. Whether or not you kind of think long term or more short term, you know, oh, I like this now, I want to buy it, and then you just immediately buy it. Or you're more like, oh, well, I want to, you know, make sure that I'm still, you know, secure and safe in the future. So you probably save up more. Those are probably, you know, two different mentalities, which create two different buying habits or spending habits. Let's bring back the children so we can see if this looks good. It looks pretty good. We can now actually see the structure that we're going for. So if we just continue this, we will establish the right structure. Bring it down. There you go. Okay. Perfect. Let's do the other side and then we can revisit it in rendered view. Just to, you know, always make sure that it still looks good in there as well. Sometimes, you know, it looks good in particle edit or viewport mode, but then it looks horrible in the rendered view. To avoid that, you know, just always checking back and seeing if it still looks good. Okay, this one looks kind of weird. I want to fix it. There you go. Let's fill these two gaps as well. 1 and 2. Right there. The flow looks pretty good to me. Perfect. So as I said before, you can also create 4 hair particle systems. That is possible, especially if you have longer hair, just because it can be quite beneficial to create a, I guess, secondary, or to split up the secondary level into 2 particle systems. This way you can create smaller hair strands and bigger hair strands to just kind of break up the main, the main structure that you've created with your first level 2 hair strand system, to just break it up a little bit more, which we might even do in here, but we'll see. We might do that later, not now. This one looks kind of weird. It kind of breaks down. Push it up. There you go. Okay. Let's look at it in here. Looks pretty good to me. It probably looks kind of weird because there's nothing on this side right now. So it looks even bigger than it would be if we have, you know, some big hair on this side. Let's go in the rendered view and see what it looks like. It takes a little bit to render. We also don't have really good lighting here. Let me see if I can use an HDRI. Maybe that'll give us better lighting. Let's see, what do we have here? Wait, where's my HDRI? Nope. HDRIs. What do we have here? This one could work quite well. Oh, there you go. See, now we actually have some good reflections. We can see the whole structure of the hair. We can definitely see some holes right there, but that shouldn't be the biggest problem because we're going to increase the, density in the end as well, like anyway, so we don't have to care about it too much. If we look at it from the front, I think that's a good start, especially if you compare it to the sculpt. Yeah, it's still quite close to the sculpt. So if we just add more hairs, that should turn out quite well. So the next part that we're going to do is the side of the hair, at least the one side that doesn't have the braids. This side. And then probably the front part here. And then we go to the back. Okay, let's continue. Let me fill this gap in here first. There you go. Scope, particle edit, there you go. I mean, you could probably, going back to the money thing, I saw not really just like the video, I saw like a reaction of Moist Critical about it, or him watching it and reacting to it. He, of course, having millions and millions of views in every video, first of all, and then, subscribers as well, which don't really do much, but, just kind of as a measurement. He probably also has quite a lot of money, but he had the exact same, mentality about it. Why would you spend so much money on something you're never going to use? So, it's probably not going to change you necessarily just because you have more money. It's probably, more money is probably just going to expose your true nature, I guess. Just like, I guess, fame or what is the other one? I can't remember. There's this saying like everybody has a price. I think it applies to a lot in the real world. Everybody has a price. You can buy anybody. Everybody will say yes with the right amount of money. But I don't really know if that's true. I mean, it's probably more in the sense of, in a specific example. But I don't think there's enough money you could give someone to make somebody, kill somebody or whatever. I don't think that's really possible. You kind of really say, oh, well, I'm going to give you $80 million if you kill this dude. Maybe if they're desperate, they'll do it. But, if they have like a stable home with a family, I don't really think they're going to do that. And I don't think you can erase the amount of money that they would get so high, or even like to any height that they would do it. Just doesn't really make sense, no? So currently what I'm watching on YouTube, I don't really watch Twitch just because I like watching YouTube videos more if I have time. I like to. YouTube just, has this guarantee almost that you watch something that you're interested in. And that's why I'm not really the biggest fan of watching live streams. But what I like to do, what I like to watch right now at least is like live stream highlights. Mostly of like all the GTA stuff, like GTA No Pixel. There's always interesting content going on there, or different kind of videos. So probably Summit Summit 1G. I watch quite a lot right now, or XQC, or what I like to watch when they upload videos is Devin Nash and Harris Heller for more, I guess, you know, brain food content. Stuff like Devin Nash talks more about the content creation, esports, and streaming industry, talking about how it'll evolve, or tips and tricks, or what recently happened and what that would mean for the future and all that stuff. He talks about that more. You know, just more, I guess, informative content. That's what I like, what I enjoy as well. Or, you know, listening to some music. I don't watch that much YouTube currently, so I don't have that much time to watch that much. I have like a watch later playlist that has like 100 videos or so, because I can only watch like 5 videos or so per day, and then I save 10 or so and it gets more and more and more. But you know, at some point maybe I have like a whole week to only watch YouTube. Do you have a favorite YouTuber right now? Favorite streamer or YouTuber that you like to watch in your free time? Yeah, I can imagine. I remember when so I actually learned most of my English by watching YouTube, mostly PewDiePie back in the day. And, you know, in the beginning it's definitely very hard to really learn much, but, you know, over time you get better. But I can imagine how hard it would be to learn English from somebody, first of all, that isn't, you know, where their first language isn't even English, and then they mumble most of the time anyway, so you can't really understand them. Yeah. You know, maybe if that helps you, I sometimes don't even understand them. Sometimes I need subtitles as well. Okay, we've established a better structure on the side. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, definitely helps create more volume. Let's see what it looks like in rendered view. I'm going to save it right there. Also, I don't know if I talked about that before. I think I did in the beginning. But make sure that you, when you work with hair particles, that you work with device CPU instead of GPU. For some reason, CPU or your CPU can, I guess, display or render hair way easier than your GPU. At least that's the case for me, and I think that's usually the case. I don't really have like a super beefed up CPU and like a super weak GPU. And I think my PC is kind of like in between like low and high end. So, you know, maybe a little bit more on the high-end spectrum, but still, you know, in my experience, it's better to use CPU than GPU for hair. Okay, now we have some more volume over here. Let's go to the other side. And then we almost finished the top half of the hair. I think what I'm going to do here with this one is probably add another layer, just to break up the secondary structure a little bit more. It still looks very kept. So adding even smaller strands to break up the hair can probably help quite a bit. Okay. We need to create some landmark hair again. Or there. This is not supposed to go up. It's supposed to go to the side of the head. There you go. Yeah, I think I started only watching English or, you know, American, probably English, you know, speaking YouTube videos. Somewhere in probably like 7th or 8th grade. And then from that point on, every time I, you know, didn't really know a word that they were saying, I put it into Google Translate and just, you know, learned that word more and more and more, you know. I learned more and more words, and that way I became better and better at speaking English. I never really learned that much in English, you know, class. English class was always like, oh, we didn't even learn, you know, really vocabulary in English. We only really talked about grammar or had some weird topic that we talked about that was either like on topic right now with the news, or it was just some random topic like, oh, well, I don't know, I don't even know, like, you go to this city and you have to talk in English. Oh, no. And then, you know, all that kind of stuff. Just to practice speaking. So I think what I want to do after I'm done with this piece, which will probably be at the end of the week, I want to get done with you know, the whole piece at the end of the week. So we probably work on the hair maybe tomorrow a little bit more, maybe finish it tomorrow, so we can then go into shading and the skin, and then that would probably even be it. Maybe even we can finish it, you know, probably on, hold on, what day is it? Yeah, on Thursday then. Yeah. We can finish it on Thursday, and then we can start next week with something a little bit different. What I want to do is some more, it sounds weird, you know, variety content sounds weird. It's smaller project that we can finish in a single day. That's what I've done before. Like, oh, today we're going to create a VJ loop or a satisfying animation in, you know, in today's stream, you know, just kind of doing some smaller projects, because I don't know, I think it's just more fun, at least right now for me. Doing all these long projects kind of sometimes feels like it you know, it drags on too much, so I kind of want to change it up a little bit and make each stream a little bit more interesting, especially because usually if you do these long streams or these, you know, series of, or, you know, multiple stream projects, they kind of have, you know, they kind of connect into each other. I try to make them, you know, always interesting, even though you don't really have watched from the beginning. You know, that's why this one is more about how to sculpt hair rather than continuing the orc model, the female orc model. But still, you know, you can only do so many explanations in how you create hair. So there are definitely some ideas that I have that I want to do that don't involve just, you know, creating a character for the next 5 streams or, you know, for the next week. Just to change it up a little bit. So if there are any, suggestions, I'm always open, of course. I have some ideas as well, but I'm always open for anything. Oh, what is that? Oh, it's inside of the head. As I said before, did I say it before? Yeah, VJ loops or animation, small animations. We of course have the big animation project that I want to do at some point, but I want to bring back this structure where it's more spread out. These longer projects like this one here, where you have like 2 days of just maybe like a short tutorial, like an explanation, or a short project that only takes a day. So you start the stream and start the project, and you end the stream and end the project. And then on some days you just continue with your more long-term project, like creating an animation or whatever it might be. I think that's a better structure than let's do the animation. I mean, let's create this project over the next week. It's still fun, of course, but I think I don't know. I don't think that's that interesting to see over and over and over again. There you go. Perfect. So we have the side now. Let's do the bottom part going up, and then we can go to the side pieces. Oh, this fits quite well, actually. Wow. Yeah. Of course, Blender basics are always important. Those are, if you don't know the basics, you can't learn advanced stuff. So, I might might redo one of the topics that I talked about before. Basically a to-do list on how to learn Blender, talking about or if I would, start learning Blender again, how would I start and how would I continue to learn and improve even, after doing or using Blender for like a year or two. Just because that's something that I always like to have for that's what I wanted to have for myself when I started. I always like to know that I do the right thing when I start learning, whether that is like a software or a whatever it is, instrument. I've never really learned an instrument, but if I would have wanted to, I want to make sure that I learn it right. I avoid as many mistakes as I can, and so that I don't have to relearn everything later. That's why I wanted to create like a small, to-do list on how to start learning Blender. Not really talking about how to use Blender, but more how to start learning Blender and how to continue improving. There's also another project that I wanted to do probably next week. I think that's a very big thing that I want to do. Going over, probably if I can get there, 50 tips to improve your Blender sculpts, or character sculpts rather. Currently I'm gathering all my tips that I can think of and kind of do some research on, and then I want to talk about them on stream and probably create a video out of it as well, because I think there are a lot of small details that help your character sculpts in general quite a lot, which either need to be learned or need to be said before you, or mentioned before you really realize them. Like, oh, your foot is just as long as your arm, your forearm. or both arms, but your forearm is more accessible, you know. Or the width from one pupil, or from the middle of one eye to the middle of the other eye, is exactly a third of your head width. Stuff like that. That can help you, you know, create better hair, more realistic head sculpts or character sculpts. And just compile it into a small little, you know, package of 50 tips. So we already have 2 topics for next week. Oh, I actually have another one that is more practical. That's actually something that I want to do, which will be very fun. That'll probably also be like a one day project. I definitely want to go back to more one-day projects. They're just too fun, because you immediately you start the stream, you end the stream with what with the goal, instead of we start the stream and we end it in the next stream or whatever. Welcome back. Give it up, punk. Yeah, we're back to hair. Who would have guessed that you come back when we're back to hair, this time for something longer? I actually found an option that makes it way faster to add hair. So there's this interpolate box. If you click that basically means that if you add a hair strand right in the middle between these two, right there, the one that you add will take the ones that you... I'll just show you what it does. So without interpolation, it just goes straight. With interpolation, it follows the flow, basically. It takes the closest parents or the other closest hair particles into account and shapes itself after those, which of course saves hours and hours of time. So we wouldn't be here. Yesterday we started the hair sculpt. We wouldn't be here if not for this function. So I'm very happy to have found this. And I randomly found it just by going through the Blender manual, looking through all the particle system settings on Blender manual, and just found that randomly. I was like, oh my god, this will save so much time. You mean applying leaves to hair particles? Or maybe even branches, so you can animate them, or so they can react to wind? There you go. Let's look at the sculpt. We actually have some more volume here we could use, but we could also add just some more hair. Look at that. Yeah, okay. Oh, yes, oh, okay. Do you mean using the emission setting or the hair setting? Because usually if I just add trees to an environment, I just use the emitter setting and then switch the particle type to render, or object rather. The render setting to object, to create, to scatter objects over like a plane, for example. You could probably also use hair for that. Probably doesn't really make a big difference. Let's do... Oh, the other side is done as well. No, we have some more over here that we need to do. There you go. Looks pretty good. Let's add maybe one more over here and over here. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, this function just saves so much time. It's not even it's not even describable. I don't think we would have been on the second hair particle system if not for this function. It was just so fast to put like the first layer down. Hold on. You know, we've done this layer yesterday, the volume layer basically. Now we're working on the structure layer to create like an actual hairstyle. I don't think that would have been possible if not for this function. Okay. Hold on, I want to go back in here and change something real quick. Oh. There you go, that's better. Okay. Let's continue with adding more hairs. Of course, this is the tedious part of adding hair. Just adding more and more and more. You know, but that's just how it is. That's how you create good looking, realistic looking hairstyles. Nothing really to cheat, except for using interpolated adding. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna use or create more hair strands that kind of break the structure a little bit more than what they already do. So I'm just gonna push this over the other one so they cross. This one will go higher, just to kind of break the overall currently existing flow, make it look more wild and wacky and random. There you go. Do that a few times and it'll look way better than before. Pushing it down. There you go. We can probably hide the hair again so we don't have to endure this lag. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, so today, this week we're gonna finish the org model. And then next week will be more eventful with more short-term projects, more, I guess, fun projects. not that this is necessarily fun, but this is more of a longer process. More, I guess, informative content right now. You know, you could either play Dr. Kawashima's, what is it, you know, brain jogging, or you could play Super Mario 64. Both serve a purpose, but you know, one might be more fun than the other. I remember back in the day when I was a Nintendo dude, only playing Nintendo DS games because I didn't really have a good PC. So usually the games that I had on my DS were better than the ones that I could play on my PC, except maybe for Minecraft. So I just decided to play on my Nintendo the most of the time. Especially because they're, you know, back in the day you didn't have Monster Hunter on a PC. So that was basically the game that I just played over and over and over again because it's so good. Dude, I played that game so much. I think I have like 600, 700 hours in that, in just one, and there were like three titles that I played. Mainly because once I finished the game solo, one of my friends started playing it, so I started another account or another, you know, playthrough to play the, you know, to be at the same level that he is and talk about it. And then afterwards, another friend, like after a year or so, or half a year, got the game as well on his Wii U, so we could join up together and play together, which wasn't really possible before. So, you know, it opened up way more possibilities, and, you know, we played through the whole game again, but now together was even more fun. Those were the times. We played like, we always went to my friend and just played through the whole night. That's also what kind of reminded me of Monster Hunter again, and now that's why I'm playing Monster Hunter World again. Just because it's, I want to go back into it because it's such a fun game. I also kind of had the idea of buying the new one that is up on the Switch. But I play that much, you know, handheld or console stuff anyway, so I don't really think it would be worth it. So I'll just play the PC version that I already have. I've never really finished it. Never really finished the Iceborne DLC, so that's what I want to do now. I'm in the process of getting there. I just started a new account or a new profile, new save. I still have my old one that started Iceborne, but I kind of like when I, you know, reopen or, you know, play game after a long time to just start from scratch. That's also why I didn't get the, I guess the special armor that just boosts you through the, you know, the main story content, the non-DLC content. There's like an armor set that just, you know, makes you basically unbeatable, which is kind of boring to me. I actually want to have some progression while doing the main, you know, the main game story. There's another thing that was missing with the hairstyle before just yet, which is we didn't have any blend hair. We had these very, very distinct hair strands that went into a certain direction. But now that we have the main flow of the second hair particle system, we can go ahead and break it up even more by bringing these strands that go and come from all different directions to kind of blend the whole hairstyle a little bit better and make it look more like a full hairstyle rather than individual, I guess, you know, islands of hair. There you go. I also decided to play a weapon that I usually never play in Monster Hunter, ranged, Ooh. Decided to play some ranged. I picked up the bow, playing with that now. It, you know, just, it definitely feels different. I never really played bows in the other games, so I don't really know what the playstyle is. It definitely felt weird in the beginning, but I know that, you know, Monster Hunter has good weapon, you know, weapon systems overall. You know, all their weapons and their fighting styles feel good. So I know that if I learn the bow, I'll get better at it. And I definitely got better already. Just a matter of time and learning, you know. So, of course, you can do as much with your hair as you want, but in the end, it's not going to look like hair if your material isn't looking like hair. There's a specific shader that we're going to use for the hair, actually, which will be the Principled Hair BSDF. This shader is basically the one, you know, the only thing that you need to make your hair actually look good, look like actual hair. But of course, we're not going to use it until we are done with the hairstyle itself. Okay, I'm going to bring in a few more strands to kind of break up the style, the flow a little bit more, and then we can go into the side pieces. You know what the problem is? Every time I start one of those longer projects like this one, that take like a few days, like in the middle, I kind of feel that it kind of drags on a little bit. But of course I just, you know, continue and finish it in the end. But then when it's done, I feel like, oh dude, that looks so cool. I'm so glad I finished it, and you know, I'm happy that I finished it and it looks pretty cool. And then I'm pumped and I want to do it again. And I see a new idea and I want to, you know, just do it again and create like full blown piece again. It's so weird. This endless cycle of just big projects over big project. That is one of my weaknesses. I get hyped too quickly. There you go. Perfect. So now that we've added some disruptive hair, let's look at it again in rendered view. Let's look at this side. Okay. So now you can see the main flow got broken up. They do not only hold on, let me use my pen tool. They do not only go in this direction, like this, you know, perfectly in this direction. We also have some hair that comes from here and does this. Or we have one that goes like up here. We have one that goes down here. We have one that goes up here. And this way we just kind of break up these very prominent lines to create a more realistic looking hairstyle by breaking up geometry by breaking up the hair, the main structure basically. You can see it right here, especially if I hide this, you can see it. See how different it is. Let me actually hide the second version, the second hairstyle or the second hair particle system, and then compare it to the first one without the second one. Okay, well, this is kind of weird because there's not that much hair, but you can see very clear lines, a very clear flow. And then adding the next layer, first of all, adds more volume, but also breaks up the structure, creates a more intimate and deep, you know, what is it? Deeper entanglement of hair strands, which just makes it look more realistic. Oh yeah, we actually use Scratch in school. Isn't that the programming? Isn't that what that is? Scratch, the programming tool to learn programming. Yeah. We had you know, programming as a class, and we definitely started with Scratch. I also did like a programming like summer camp with Scratch. But in school we definitely just goofed around with it. I think we were supposed to do some sort of banking system, and what we did was some sort of like some racing game. And then everybody had to show their work. Of course, we just had like our racing game, and of course the teacher knew it beforehand. She still asked us to, you know, present to the class, which was quite funny because then everybody was like, oh well, you have this very intricate sorting system, and you have these entry and exit points, and you know, you enter the money in there, and then you exit. You can take money out of there, and then we have like, oh well, you can press W to go forward, and you know, ride on this course. It was definitely very helpful that the teacher was actually pretty chill. So she didn't really care that much about us just goofing around, which helped a lot. Maybe didn't really help our grades, but at least we had some more fun than in other classes. Let's break up the structure down here. Of course, this being pretty free-flying hair means that we can break up the structure even more. These hairs can be even wild and wacky, as I like to call it. Yeah, I think Scratch is a good entry point into coding, but then at some point we switched to stuff like you know, real programming with data banks and all that stuff, and then I kind of, you know, checked out. Wasn't really interesting anymore. But Scratch was definitely very interesting and you know, fun to work with. Once you kind of learn the color code and how they all work together, if and when and when you use what kind of function. Why is this hair so short? Interpolation doing its thing, making the hair super short. There you go. You know, it was pretty warm yesterday. Today is pretty chill because it was raining, so everything cooled down. So it's actually a nice warmth. I don't have to use the ventilator. I could just sit here or stand here and, you know, don't sweat profusely, which is quite enjoyable. Wait, wrong here. Which one did I add? This one? Probably, maybe. The biggest problem is I can't really activate the ventilator or the fan while streaming, just because it would, you know, my microphone would pick up every single buzzing, which would be this constant noise, which doesn't really sound that good. So I can't use it while I'm streaming. Which definitely helps is just standing up. Might sound like more work for the body, which means more sweat. But it actually, you know, at least you're not sitting with your flat back on your, you know, chair and just, you know, having this warmth just stuck there on your back. You can actually just, you know, stand up and do some, you know, moves and air out your back a little bit better than having to sit there. So I definitely did some dreadlocks before. I know how you can create dreadlocks pretty easily with hair particles. I'm not quite sure how we're gonna do the braids, because the braids are kind of different than dreadlocks. You know, braids actually have like a certain flow to them. Dreadlocks are more like, you know, this fuzzy mess being brought into a like a sausage type thingy. You know, braids have actually like flow and structure, so we'll see how we can create those the easiest, you know, as easy as possible. Maybe we just have to create 2 very, very dense hair strands, or 3 if we need 3. Maybe that's the plan. What is that? Hold on. I'm gonna remove this thing. This being. I don't want to use interpolation right now. I think it'll hurt me more than it'll help me. Okay, there you go. Oh, it's even easier now, because we disabled children. So we can work even faster. There you go, just trying to fill the gaps between the other strands that are here. There you go, creating a nice wave-like structure. Breaking up the main flow, of course. That is the main reason why we do this. We can also now create the transition between the shoulder part that goes to the front and the part that goes to the back. That's also something that we can now create, or, you know, add using these hair strands. There you go. brush it forward. I mean, to the side. There you go. Looking at it from every angle, of course. There you go. Okay. We can see that they don't really, you know, go all the way down, so we probably have to create some longer hair as well in the end to fill the bottom part here as well. But that shouldn't be the biggest problem. What I try to do right now is just, you know, fill the main part first, and then we can go into more detail with the bottom part. Now we can bring in interpolation again to add the next few hairs, because now we have an established structure which we can utilize with interpolation. See how these individual hair strands just create a way more dedicated, more, I don't know what you want to call this, detailed, I guess, structure. Let's go into rendered view to look at it, admire it. Gets quite dense, so we can't really see that much, but let's see. Can we see it? We can definitely see it in the viewport. Yeah, it's just very noisy, so we don't really see that well. There you go. Yeah, let's continue working on it to you know, make it more wild, and hopefully finish it today. I mean tomorrow. Let's see. So let's create the nice transition between these two pieces now. We can see it in the sculpt, so let's bring it into, let's make it a reality. First of all, I'm going to start with the top part here. You can see that there's this, actually no, I kind of want to, this is too much, I think. I don't want to keep this. So this would basically mean that this ponytail goes to the front as well, which looks kind of weird. So you know, I'm not gonna bring that in. I'm just gonna create the transition at the bottom here, this one. There you go. Perfect. That's the first step. Let's do more. Oh, I accidentally pressed multiple times. Let's do a few more instead of just, you know, looking at every single one of them. Let's create like an actual, yeah, like multiple hairs now instead of checking every single one of them. This is supposed to be a quick sketch after all. Might not seem like it. It is. Or it's supposed to. But it is. Supposed to. There you go. creating the framework first to kind of, you know, then fill the gaps later. That's what we've used before, using the interpolation method. And that's also what we can use to create this big part of the hairstyle that isn't already in here. Right now, you know, we can only follow the sculpt, which is definitely very helpful, but still, you know, translating that to the hair particle system can be quite a challenge sometimes. So what helps is going in big first, creating the, I guess, overall shape first, before we can then go and fill the gaps, making it more dense. First we need to create the pillars so we can build the walls, so we can build the roof, so we have a house. We're currently creating the pillars. See, and more, the more we add, the more it'll look like a nice transition. Now back here we can probably use the hair that will add to the, you know, the ponytail as well, to kind of transition this more, create more volume in there. So I'm going to fill this spot more. This spot will be more occupied by these particles here. Perfect. This one looks pretty good already, although I want to change the flow a little bit, moving it down here like this. Perfect. See, now we already have way more hair over here. Especially up here we have kind of a hole, but we can fill that with the ponytail hair. And then we have a nice transition bit to this one as well. We have some more room here over here to add some hair. So let's do that now. Let's see, let's remove the children. There you go, maybe over here. Well, this one's quite short. Okay. Let's add a few more on this side, and then we can go to the other one. Or no, let's finish this side fully, and then we can go to the other one. There you go. Perfect. Okay. There you go. Let's now finish the bottom of the of this side, so we can go to the other side. I'm not going to use interpolation because I think interpolation would make the hair a little bit shorter, and I think I need quite long hair to, you know, reach all the way down there. There you go. This is already too short, so I need to make it longer. Here's the first hair strand. Perfect. You know, I actually did, so I remember doing this, what is it called? Vaccine calculator. There's a website where you can go to, where you can basically calculate when you'll get the corona vaccine. And I remember doing it in the beginning of this year. I think when I did it, I said I wanted to use the, oh no, on both occasions I used the calculation method where they not use the, I guess, the estimate or the plan of the, like, the government plan on how much they want to, you know, vaccinate people, but rather the actual numbers, you know, because I want to have like a real you know, result, not something fictional. So I did that. I think mine said something like at the end of this year or beginning of next year. But now I actually probably will be vaccinated the first time next week. So that's pretty cool. You know, half a year earlier than first estimated. Of course, back then Germany was quite bad with vaccines, so we didn't really have that many compared to other countries. So we were, you know, we couldn't really vaccinate that many people. So the values were quite bad, which would mean, of course, that it would be later than it would probably realistically be. But still, you know, I kind of actually had the prediction before that we couldn't celebrate celebrate New Year together with, you know, friends or whatever. But now that seems to be the case. Now we can actually do that, which is of course very nice. We last year, or this year compared to how you see it, we actually celebrated, you know, or we celebrated New Year's Eve via Discord, playing some games online. But it's definitely more enjoyable to do it, you know, in person. So I'm quite happy that we can do that again this year. Hopefully, I mean, you know, there can always be, I don't know, something could always happen, but it seems to go in that direction. I think New Year's is always one of my favorite days, or celebration days. I don't really do that many, you know, I don't really go to clubs, or I don't go to parties. I'm not a party guy. So I'm quite happy when I, you know, kind of joined the new group that I, you know, kind of hang out with. That is kind of, you know, I know them now from... Okay, yeah, have a nice evening, you two. Hope you enjoyed the stream so far, and thank you for joining, thank you for chatting. Take care. Have a good rest of your day. Or night. You know, it, they don't really like, I guess, you know, going to clubs or clubbing or whatever that much either. So it's just you know, a nice chill evening with like a group of 5 people or so. Just, you know, playing some games or whatever and celebrating, I guess, the new year, which is always fun. I don't really know, you know, back in the day when I didn't really have that group, I was always, you know, first of all looking for, I guess, a party to be invited in. I was, you know, asking around like, hey, yo, what do you do for this year? And then they were like, yo, well, you will have this, I go to someone, of course, which I didn't know, so I didn't really ask to go with them or whatever. But then, you know, okay, I'm glad that you found it enjoyable. You know, it was just always a weird situation. So I'm quite glad that I now have like a group, you know, a solid group that always is like the main group where I would, I don't know, like hang out with or celebrate anything, or, you know, mainly mainly New Year's Eve. You know, it's always nice to have that one group that you kind of know that you're kind of part of. I'm actually going to use 2 hairs now, maybe even 3. Let's do 3 at the same time. Oh, we're getting crazy in here. Yeah. So, and you know, they also don't really like to party that much, which is perfect, because now we can just do some chill, you know, nice chill New Year's Eve with some games, whether that is like board games or, you know, video games or whatever, or other stuff. Just hanging out and enjoying the evening. They also, you know, I don't drink either, so they don't drink that much as well, so fits perfectly. They drink a little bit, but, you know, it's not like they go crazy or whatever. So it's quite enjoyable. It is always kind of annoying to me when you know that at the end of the night, you basically just sit there next to all the other drunk dudes that just ramble, you know, in their drunken state, and, you know, just you can't really have a conversation anymore, so you just sit there and do nothing. That was never really something for me. Yeah, I haven't been. I think I've been to a club like once actually, but I didn't really enjoy it. I mean, I did clubbing, like, I don't know, like, I tried it a little bit, like a few days, but I never really felt that comfortable, so I never really did it. And parties, like house parties, I was never really invited to any, so I didn't really... And I was kind of glad that I wasn't, because I wouldn't enjoy it anyway. It might be, you know, cool to hang out with the people that you know, but I don't know. I don't know. It's just annoying. You know, if you can't value the time with someone, or for me, you know, spending time with somebody isn't valuable if they can't even talk to you really properly. You can have a conversation. Or have fun together. Oh. Welcome, James. Hope you enjoyed your day. Currently grinding through this hair. Adding more and more and more. Takes a while, of course, but you know, that's just how it is. That's why I said hair is quite tedious. Just takes so long to, especially finish long hairstyles. The last one that we did was quite short, but this one will probably take a while. I mean, probably tomorrow. Hopefully at the end of tomorrow we can finish it fully. If not, then we should definitely finish the whole thing at least on Thursday. There you go. But I'm quite confident that we can at least finish the other side as well. Okay, yeah, see you, MK. Hope you enjoyed the rest of your day. Thank you for joining, thank you for chatting. Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna add a few more. You can see the structure isn't really set up properly just yet. We need just a few more. And then we can move over to the other side. Have you continued your game or your study for your game, James? Some progress. We're definitely gonna so the plan will maybe be to do more animations next week, like an actual animation next week, or we'll do that the day after. I mean the week after. Maybe next week will be more about short projects, or we will also sneak in maybe 1 or 2 days of animation. We started like a small animation 2 weeks ago, and I definitely want to finish that at some point. So yeah. You said you wanted to look more into animations, if I remember correctly. So that might be something you're interested in. Oh no. Okay, let's add a few more again. There you go. Okay. Back to the grind. Yeah. I remember. No, I never was really a study person, so I probably don't want to, I'm not going to go to college or, to university. But health class. Oh, at least you know more about how you can stay healthy. At least that's something. Usually every class starts off pretty interesting, but then at the end it's just plain up boring. Just probably because at the beginning you actually understand what is happening, and it's kind of interesting because you could just go over the very basics of the topic that you're going to delve more into over the next few lessons or the whole year. But the more and more the year goes on, it gets more and more annoying and more uninteresting. So health class sounds pretty interesting, but I think at the end it is probably quite boring, I can imagine. Yeah, after school, I basically, or after my apprenticeship, I basically decided to at least, I either do self-learning or... Oh no. Why do you have to do 300-word responses? Oh no. Sounds pretty sick, to be honest. Definitely sounds like a lot of fun. You know, that's why I don't know. Of course, it's probably not as effective, you know, teaching yourself stuff, like, what is it, self-learning or whatever you want to call it. But at least you can still, you know, just work and learn on the side and improve your skills that way. You're not forced into a certain topic, you can just do whatever you want. And, you know, enjoy the process instead of grinding through annoying classes. Oh yeah, that's probably an interesting topic actually. At least that's interesting to me. How stress affects our body. Oh, there's actually so my friend, he he is in the business of insurance. So at work, he has like a two-way thingy where he works for like a couple of weeks and then he studies at uni or some sort of uni for a couple of weeks. So this is like interchangeable. And now he did his bachelor, like, you know, end exam, like this presentation that you have to do, or this essay. He was actually, his topic is actually how, I think it was like, what is it when you go to work like in the evening and then you go to work in the morning, it always switches, how that affects your body. It sounded pretty interesting actually. I should ask him more about what actually was the result about that, or what the result was. Yeah, let's add maybe one or two more over here and then one or two more over here as well. At least then you know what the causes might be for when you're stressed while studying for a for an exam. You know, you say, oh no, I have I don't know, my eyes become redder. Oh no, the stress is becoming too much. It's getting too much. I remember, I don't know why I remembered like this very vividly. Eustress versus distress. That's something I've never heard before. Okay, interesting. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay, sorry, somebody asked me something. Okay, hold on. Eustress, distress, okay. Yeah, distress I know, but eustress? Eustress. Interesting. Oh, stimulating stress, okay. Oh, stuff like the excitement of a roller coaster ride, a scary movie, or a fun challenge, or are all examples of eustress. The anticipation of a first date, the first day at a new job, or other exciting firsts also fall under the umbrella of eustress. Eustress is a type of stress that is actually important for us to have in our lives. Why eustress is your friend? Eustress, on the other hand, can be beneficial and is actually necessary for our overall well-being. This is the type of positive stress that keeps us vital and excited about life. The excitement of a roller coaster ride is... okay. Without it, we would become bored and at best... No, we would become bored at best, and in more serious cases, depressed. We would begin to feel a lack of motivation to accomplish goals and a lack of meaning in life without enough eustress. Not striving for goals, not overcoming challenges, not having a reason to wake up in the morning would be damaging to us, so eustress is considered good stress. It keeps us healthy and happy. Oh, interesting. Never heard of that before. But it sounds pretty logical and pretty interesting. But you know, now that I know about it, I want to learn the ins and outs about it. So you know, I'm good about health class. I don't need it. But I wonder, but isn't like isn't eustress yeah, but I wonder if those people that kind of try to steer clear of any stress really also consider eustress really stress, or if that is more, you know, fun or whatever. You know, going on a roller coaster is probably, you know, more more, I guess, perceived as fun rather than stressful. So yeah, maybe. There you go. This part is definitely not very exciting. Hair modeling. But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, so it what I can remember what I wanted to say. Dude, it was about stress. Yeah, I think they're just, you know, experiencing it as joy. Oh, yeah, as joyful, I guess. But isn't like if you go in a scary movie, for example, I wonder if eustress will be created after distress, because, you know, isn't it kind of, you know, you're stressed in a scary movie until the resolution comes, or the you know, the, I don't know, jump scare comes, and then you know that it isn't real, so you're happy that it isn't real, and then the eustress kicks in? Or is it, you know, that you know from the beginning that it isn't real, so you kind of get excited that you can feel the feeling of stress without having to feel real stress? I don't know. But that wouldn't really fit into dates, I guess. You know, because if you go into a scary movie, wouldn't you feel, or you wouldn't, the stress come from the fear of death? Or the fear of whatever, pain? I don't really know how that works. Maybe you can report back once you know more. Okay, let's add one more. Then that should be good for now. Let's go to the other side then. There you go. Perfect. Let's look at it. Oh, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Okay, now that we have this side, we can do the other side. Let's look at it in render view just to kind of check if it looks good or not. There you go. It'll probably still hard to kind of see. Maybe we should need another lighting scene. I also want to probably change the roughness. I want to bring this down just so it's a little bit glossier. Maybe put this to 0.3. Oh, hello. 0.3. There you go. This should kind of highlight the structure a little bit better. It is definitely better than before. Oh no. Hopefully you're not getting thrown out. Rent is due. Okay. Let's go to the other side. I'm going to sit back down. Hold on, I'm going to mute myself because it's quite loud. There you go. Okay. Let's continue. So, yeah, let's do the other side now. Maybe we could do this a little bit quicker by just adding more, you know, particles at the same time. Do speed it up just a little bit. Let's see. So what's the structure looking like on this side? Okay, I'm gonna bring in some wider hairs first to kind of, you know, create a good framework for the outer parts. And then I can just add more volume on top. Oh, welcome back, Yanis. Welcome. We're working on the hairstyle now for the female ogre, and you know, grinding through the hair. Hope you've enjoyed your day so far. Did you finish your digital clock or digital display with your procedural digital display? Oh no. Did you? Are you stuck, or is there? Are you just not finished yet? This might actually be an interesting topic for a stream. Doing like a digital interface. Oh no. What's the problem? Too much math in the shader. I can relate to that. So, you know. Maybe that helps. That might actually be an interesting topic, just creating like a small... I'm gonna write that down. Hold on. There you go. Creating a digital what do you call it? Like watch display shader. There you go. There's actually one thing that I actually am quite interested in, and that is creating a second layer or creating layers in a shader, so that when you look through it, you have one layer, which could be glass, and then the next layer would have like an image, for example, and you have this parallax effect just by looking at the shader. That sounds super cool, but also super complicated to create. No. Yeah, I know November. It's always nice to look at the results, but I'm never gonna be able to compete or, you know, to do really interesting stuff in it. I mean, we could probably try it, you know, just try our best, but all the, you know, shaders would probably look pretty similar, because I've never really dabbled into what is it, vertex displacement, or no, vector displacement, where you can create like different shapes and add more shapes onto it. Never really done that, so that is how like most of the artists create like these super crazy shaders and like animations and all that stuff. I definitely can't do that, so yeah, we would only create like basic shaders, I guess, but it could be a small, you know, fun project. For a month. There you go. I also will probably participate in the Sculptember. So there's two events this year that I want to participate in if we do both. Sculptember is more on September, going into, you know, every day there's a new topic to sculpt with, you know, some sort of keyword being thrown at you and you have to sculpt anything out of it, or, you know, in that theme. That's something I did for the last two years. Probably gonna do the same this year as well. I mean, I already do like a daily sculpt, so maybe we can just incorporate the quick sketch into the Sculptember. We'll see. Or maybe we'll do something else, we'll see. Like an actual project on that day throughout the whole month. Maybe, yeah, you know, notes just seem so complicated that I don't really delve into them too much. All I know about them is math, and that immediately recoils me. So I never really looked into, you know, vector displacement or shader modeling or whatever you want to call it. But maybe, you know, maybe that could be interesting to look at or to learn more about. You know, there's nothing you can really learn in Blender that couldn't help you improve your normal art as well, your normal work. Everything kind of ties in together. So, you know, maybe at some point you can go into vector displacement as well. dude. Please, why would you do this? Okay, let's do this now. Yeah, we're probably gonna have enough time tomorrow to finish the hair. Which means we can finish the whole thing on Thursday, which is perfectly according to my plan. We need probably another day to finish the hair, and then we can go into shading, rendering, and overall post-production. Maybe even going into how I set up my skin shader, make it look semi-realistic. Of course, with ogre skin being green, you can kind of have some more, I guess, artistic freedom. But, you know, it can still look realistic. There you go. So, what's the point you're stuck on? Is it part of the shader, or is it overall just a different problem, technical problem, or, you know, you said you're stuck. I guess you need to find a solution for, or you need to find a technique that works for your, whatever you want to do. Is it a knowledge problem? Yeah. What's the problem? Maybe I, with my limited knowledge, can help. Or is it too hard to describe? Oh, hell yeah. With spam. Welcome him. That's I would say, a very unique intro. Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like a big problem. I think, yeah. Hi, hi, Okay, tell me what you need help with. I guess, yeah. I mean, if you duplicate it, you can probably, you know, I guess separate them. If I, you know, understand it correctly. My first idea would have been to separate the plane into multiple tiles using a gradient texture by using different shades of gray and using a solid, a color ramp, and set it to not color. Is it color ramp constant? So you can separate it into multiple shades of, you know, gray. This way you can separate it and, you know, keep them separated instead of, you know, just duplicating one. But I don't really know how the modulo node really works, so I can't really speak on it too much. Maybe it works, but I'm just too dumb. Okay. I mean, you can just describe what your problem is or what you need help with. There you go. Okay. to animate a Minecraft character in Blender. Okay. Interesting. What's the problem? Is it more about rigging or animating? Oh, okay. I mean, do you already have the model? I guess so. I think there are some free models you can download, as far as I know. I mean, yeah, I think there are some... Hold on, let me see. There you go. I think you can just download a free model that is already rigged, but let me see if that's the case. Oh, there's a dude. Rigged animated. Rigged. Yeah, I mean, if you want to create your own, I mean, if you want to just animate them, you can just grab like a fully rigged character off of, for example, Turbo Squid, maybe even Blender Market. Is it Blender Market? Or there's a website that where you can kind of, you know, just upload your files and everybody can use them for free. Maybe there's another Minecraft Steve in there. Does it move at all if you use the bone, or is it more that it, you know, doesn't move? Does the geometry not react to the bone? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll try to make it as simple as possible. We have a few fellow French people sometimes here. I don't think there's anybody here right now to translate, but you know. Is it, yeah, is your problem more about the character not moving, or does your character move but he doesn't move correctly? Yes, it can be quite hard to find like a local tutorial. So if your character doesn't move, even though you use bones. Okay. So you're trying to figure out how to connect the bones to the character, I'm guessing? Okay. Okay, hold on. I can show you how you do it. Okay, so let's say we have this cube. There you go. Let's give it some geometry so you can actually deform. There you go. Now we want to add 2 bones. This is the arm or whatever. So we have a single bone. So let's say you have this very simple. This is, for example, the arm of the character. This is the top. This is the elbow. Wait. There you go. Like this, and then you have the forearm up here. So, okay. Now you have the bones and you have the geometry. Now you want to connect the bones to the geometry. What you can do is you can select both with shift. So you select the first one and then you select the next one with shift. You make sure that the bone is highlighted. So you make sure that the bone is orange or yellow instead of orange. And then you can press Control P. You can say, if you press Control P, there's this new window, set parent to armature deform with automatic weights. If you do that, now the armature has been applied, and if you go into animation mode, it should work. But if you rotate this, woo, it duplicated the cube, doesn't it? Yeah. Wait, what did it do? There's another cube. Why is there a second cube? Oh, hold on. There you go. There you go. See? Of course, you can probably make the geometry a little bit better so that it works better. But that's how you apply a geometry to the bones. Nice. Yeah. I think to optimize it, you could spread these out a little bit better. Like this. I think that's how you do it. Let's see. So did it work now? You said it did. It worked. Or you mean mine worked? Yeah, try it. It should work. So yeah, going into selecting both, making sure that the bones are highlighted in orange, then Control P with automatic weights, and then yeah, exactly. Make sure that you use that you select. The best way to do is select the object or the person first, then the bones, and then Control P with automatic weights. If the deformations aren't, perfect, you either have to adjust the geometry a little bit, or what you can do is you can go into weight paint mode and change the weights in here. Well, that's a little bit more advanced. Oh. Okay. Let's finish the hair. So first you select the geometry, the character, the Minecraft character. Then you shift left click your bones, the rig, and then you press Control P. What is it? Hold on. I can't remember anymore. Hold on. Cube. Bone. There you go. Select the cube or the geometry first, your Minecraft person. You select the bone afterwards. Control P. Set parent to armature deform with automatic weights. Apply, and there you go. Oh, what's your problem? A propeller animation? Wait. Isn't that just rotating the plane? What do you mean with what do you not know how to do? Couldn't you just, use a plane? Make it longer? Hold on. use the mirror modifier, XY. Oh, hold on. That doesn't work. I have another idea. Hold on. There you go. Oh, well, that's weird. There you go. And then you can parent this to the... You can parent this empty to the thingy there. Hold on. I know that's probably not what you mean, but you know, I just want to show it. Okay, I don't know how to do this. So you mean how to fix or how to make your geometry better? And there you go. Woo! I'm not like an expert in rigging. I've only done like one rig for a human character, which probably has, you know, requires some knowledge, but you know. Wait. Okay, first of all, so is your problem that the geometry isn't properly set up? You do not know how to... So do you mean you I guess grabbed the Minecraft person from somewhere? You kind of know how to rig, or you kind of know how to work in Blender, but you don't really know how to change geometry so that it works. And then James, what do you mean in my free time? What can I do? A tutorial on propeller animation. So how to implement a... Welcome him. Thanks for the subscription. Hope you enjoyed the stream so far. Hope you'll enjoy it for the rest of the stream as well. Yeah, do you mean like rigging a mechanical model? Where like a plane where you have these you know, where the propeller should be rigged by like an actual rig instead of just rotating them. Okay. But wait, do you mean a soccer fan, or do you mean a, you know, an air blowing fan? But I mean, I know what you mean, but you don't really need a driver for that. You can, I mean, you could use a driver instead of a bone if it's just supposed to spin, you know. Yeah, carnival ride could work as well. You can basically use expressions, or you could program a value so that it reacts to the time. So that you can say, okay, time multiplied by the value 1 is the value that will be, you know, applied to that value at that given time. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I would do it. If it's just, you know, a ceiling fan that's just supposed to rotate by itself, isn't really part of like a rig, Like for plane, for example, I would probably just use drivers. I mean, I can still, you know, try to help you. I can do that while I'm working here, but yeah. I mean, hold on. Did I read something? Hold on. I do not know how to do this geometry. I understand nothing. Actually. Okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe you find something more accurate. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you can look into English tutorials. Maybe they can help you as well. Of course, depends on what your problem is. But if it's, you know, animating a Minecraft character, I think there are actually specific, you know, tutorials just for that. There you go. Let's see what it looks like. Definitely way better, but we still have some empty spots over there. This will be covered by the braid in the end, you can see. Hopefully we can create the braid actually. This will be vital, but I think we can. I actually saw, I think, an image on Pinterest where somebody created like very, very fine braids. So there has to be a way to do this. Maybe not with particle hair though. Okay. We need a little bit more length here. Then I'm probably gonna add like 1-2 more on the side here and to fill this hole. And then that's it. Then we finish the other side. So tomorrow we can do the ponytail and also the rest of the hair. Hopefully. Oh, the braids. The braids. I always forget the braids. The braids will be the hardest part. We'll see how we can fix or do those. Need to do some research. There you go. My eyes are getting dry. Need to blink more. There you go. Yeah, so I actually didn't create a schedule for this week just because I was, you know, I knew that I wanted to finish this week. I just didn't know what takes how much time. So I didn't really, you know, didn't see the value in just writing down, we're going to work on this more. We're going to work on this more every day. So I just didn't do a schedule, but you know, planning out in my head, I already have like quite a few ideas that I want to do next week. So next week will be more exciting, more different projects, quicker projects, varying topics. That'll be a little bit, you know, a nice change of pace and change of topic. What's up? Did you not find anything? Or did it work now? Or did it work? Seems to have worked by the response. Okay, let's create some blender here and then we are done with this side. Oh, hello. Oh. I've never done rigging. I've never rigged clothing actually. I have an idea on how it could work, but I've never tried it. Just because after I was done, so my actually, you know, Roberto, my actual human character rig that I've used for some of my quick sketches. That's the human rig that I, yeah, exactly. What do you mean? A thing in its time? Yeah, simulation would probably be okay, no, I don't know that expression. But I mean, I'm happy that it worked. So, yeah, I'm happy for you. So what I would what I would think how it could work is, first of all, hide. Of course, so I created this human character rig, and first the plan was to actually animate it, or I gave him actually clothing. I used okay, hold on, let me, okay, well, I used like a Marvelous Designer to create some clothing, and I wanted to animate him with the clothing. I wanted to create like an actual animation with them, but I decided to not do that and just keep my base mesh to use it for something else. Now I have this nice base mesh, and I never really went into clothing rigging. But I have an idea on how it could work. Hold on, let me see what it means. Okay, I'm not gonna even attempt to pronounce it. Hold on. Ah, okay. All in good time, basically. First things first. No, hold on. One step at a time. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, you can transfer the weights. Maybe I'm just a little bit too detail oriented, but what I wanted to have is I wanted to make it so that if somebody, you know, if the person raises or, you know, extends their hand or their arm, that he had like a hoodie, that the hoodie would actually like slide back on his arm. That was the original idea. And I think what you would have to do to get that would be to create a second rig inside of the first rig that creates these, I guess, deformations, these custom deformations for the clothing. But, you know, I never got to try it, and I probably never want to do it because it sounds very, very annoying to do. Transferring with the weights is definitely easier. But then you get this weird gamey feeling where everything just looks like the clothing is part of your body, you know? And everything just... everything... deforms in weird ways that clothing wouldn't deform in if it was real clothing. Yeah, you could... I mean... You could probably say you could simulate it, but just not with Blender. Except if you want to suffer. Then you could use Blender, but... You could probably use Marvelous Designer or you could use Blender to animate the character, and then I think you can use Marvelous Designer to simulate clothing. Or of course, you could use programs like Houdini, but you know, Houdini is like another monster in itself. Okay, perfect. Look at that. Easy. Marvel's design is actually pretty intuitive and pretty simple to use. And pretty fun to use, actually. I enjoyed it. Okay. So now that we have the these two sides and the top, tomorrow we're gonna do the back. We're gonna finish. No, hopefully we can finish most of the hair except for the braids. Let me just quickly see if I can find a nice solution for braids. Blender particle. Wait. Hold on. I have an idea. Let's make a new hair particle system real quick. Where's my hair strand? There it is. Okay, so. So hold on. Maybe I found the solution. It is maybe even simpler than anticipated. First of all, segments 10. So you mean for Houdini? I mean, if you know Houdini, you're probably high on demand because it's so hard to learn, and you know, pretty universally used in film and all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, if you talk about, you know, loving what you do without others encroaching. Oh, hold on. Welcome. Wait. Welcome, Murat Sihan. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name too much. I'm sorry if I did. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Or if you're here, hope you enjoyed the stream. And yeah, welcome. Hopefully you'll enjoy your stay. So let's get back to, what is it? Doing what you love without others encroaching. I feel like kind of that's where I am in right now. Maybe I don't want to feel too safe, of course, but I feel I'm one of the only people that cover Blender and cover Blender. Oh, Kojo, welcome. What's up? Hope you enjoyed your day as well. Hope you slept well. Hope you're rested. You know, I feel like I'm the only person really that creates content about Blender that is about character modeling with realism. The only really people that I know that do character modeling in Blender on YouTube do it with stylized characters. Seems like you know Murat, or yeah, seems like that. Yeah, probably, maybe. I probably haven't found them yet. That's why I say I don't want to be too safe. I don't want to, you know, first of all, I don't want to just rest on what I have. But then also, that's why that just reminded me of that. I know of a few, there are a lot of people that cover, you know, human anatomy for sculptors and all that stuff for ZBrush. But not really for Blender. You know, it's pretty transferable, the two. You know, but it's just a different program. And the workflow might be a little bit different. Okay, So let's try this. What do we have here? We need simple children. We need more. Let's set it to 200. And then let's go into. Okay, yeah. See you, Yanis. Hopefully you can finish, or you can fix your problem. Maybe there's a solution. Hopefully there is. Take care and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining and chatting. So let's go to kink. Let's see if that actually works. What I wanted to do. Yeah. Thank you for yeah. That's you know, that's something that I wanted to cover, you know, in the last few streams, the basics of character modeling, for example. Now that I've kind of covered that, we could, you could probably go into it in more depth maybe, but now I'm kind of thinking about how you could expand on that. Because I don't think, doing streams over and over and over again over the same, oh, today we're going to sculpt another human, like, whatever. Another human-like creature, let's do another one, woo! And then talking about the same tools and all this stuff, I don't think that's really that valuable, so I kind of look into how you could, do more content about realistic characters. You could probably just adapt what others do for stylized characters. You know what the good part is about me compared to Udemy courses? You can ask questions and you get actually like an answer. There you go. Look at that. Hold on. Did we just solve the problem? Oh no. Hold on. We solved the problem. Hopefully. Hold on. 10. Let's see. Flatness? What is flatness? Yeah, so of course if you ever have any questions, you can always suggest topics as well, of course. Welcome Krubinail. Welcome to the stream. If you're here, welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream if you're here. Hope you'll enjoy the rest as well. If you're not here, or well then, it doesn't really matter what I say. Okay, frequency. Oh. Shape. Okay. So we already have a braid, but that doesn't really look exactly how I want it to look like. Yeah, what I wanted to say, if you ever have like any topic suggestions, you can always, give them to me. I have my notepad or my notes where I just write everything down, and if there's anything, especially if there's like a requested topic, I would put that higher on the priority list, of course. And I then at least know kind of that it's gonna, give you value instead of just trying to, create topics that might be valuable for others. Oh, now we get the French invasion. Oh no. Welcome, Maxime. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name too much. Welcome to the stream. All French are welcome. We had a few before. Now it seems like we have a few more. Do you mean what I have trouble with when it comes to Blender modeling or whatever? So what I want to do more is heart surface sculpting. That's something I want to learn more about because I've never done it before. So modeling a car, for example. Oh no, hold on. Welcome, Katya. Hope you enjoyed the stream if you're here. Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, so if you do how to make a brick video, you mean a single brick or a brick wall? I wanted to learn more about what is it called? Hard surface modeling, like modeling a plane, modeling a car. That's something I definitely want to learn more about. But yeah, that'll probably be like a topic at some point. But you know, it'll not be like a topic I could make a tutorial out of. It'll more be like a discovery topic that I've done before, actually, for geometry notes. That's another topic that I might maybe be interested in. Geometry notes can be interesting and probably be very have a lot of potential, but you know, it I don't know. It's a little bit of a different, I guess, sort of stream then. Yeah, it's kind of weird sometimes how what people like and what people don't like. What does clumping do? There's nothing happening. That's weird. Okay. So what's flatness? Nothing. Yeah, but now we actually have braids. Are there any other braids? Spiral? Oh, okay. Interesting. That's an interesting spiral. I mean, you know, the donut is just that popular because it's so accessible. Notes, yeah, notes might be going a little bit more into notes. I've done like, so I've done 2 videos on my videos channel about two very easy, you know, shaders. One being a car paint material and one being a what is it, fabric material. I first explain very easily or very you know, quickly how I set it up, and then I go more in depth, especially in the second edition, the second, you know, video, kind of explaining exactly how these nodes work together. Maybe that helps you already. But maybe we can go into, you know, nodes overall. Hold on, let me write that down. Yeah, the donut is just very accessible. It's like, oh, well, you want to learn how to do a backflip? Well, here's this mat. You can just do backflips over and over and over again, and you're not going to hurt yourself. That might be a horrible, you know, example, but, you know. Hopefully it's understandable what I mean. It's easy to get into. One topic that I might revisit is how I create my skin shader, my realistic skin shader. That might be a good topic. How I create my realistic skin shader, just because it's on topic and it goes into nodes a little bit more. Another, you know, topic to delve into. Oh, why not? Why not Oni? Why no Tony? Welcome. Thanks for subscribing. If you're here, hope you enjoyed the stream. If not, then, you know, doesn't matter what I say. Yeah, you know, less is more. He also made his chair tutorial. The first model that I ever modeled was a chair. But of course it didn't look as good as the chair model that he modeled. Yeah, but now we actually have a method to create hair braids. Isn't that easy? Just using the braid option. What is curl? Oh, okay. Hold on. Thank you for subscribing, VoxCOG. If you're here, hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you will continue to enjoy the stream, or maybe the content that is already available on my YouTube. Radial? What is radial? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're probably going to use braid. Makes the most sense. Oh, okay. Perfect example is your cloth simulator video. Wait, did I make a cloth simulator video? Oh. Hold on, I can't remember. What was the... Hold on, do it. Oh, no. Oh, you mean the short? Hold on. Thank you, Maxime. Nice words. Thank you for what you said. I appreciate it. I hope that you you know, that you will be very successful in your life as well. Hold on. I want to see something real quick. I do have Twitter. It should be linked in my description. Hold on. Oh no. Thank you, ZDRkins. Oh no. I can't keep up. Welcome, ZDRkins. Hope you enjoy. If you're here, welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream. Thank you for subscribing. Wait, the last one didn't come in. Oh, Dorf? Dorf is a German word for, what is it? I can't remember. For a village. Yeah, thank you for joining. Subscribing, I mean. I coming back to you, James. I appreciate you liking the streams. That is a good sign for me. That I at least, you know, first of all, what I try to do is give you value. If I know that that's happening, you know, if I know that hold on in a second, Maxime. If I know that I give you value, then the next step would be to, first of all, just do what I do, so more people can discover me, and then learn more about, I guess, advertising the content, so more people are inclined to watch it, so people can, you know, see that there's value. Hold on. Oh no. Shade Drosseria. Thank you for subscribing. Hope you enjoy the stream if you're here. And hopefully you'll continue to enjoy. Wait. What was it? Jampa Lijui? Jampa Lijui? Sorry, I'm not a French speaking person. Perfect. My intuitive French is, I would say, quite good, you know, compared to other people. Well, I said it already, so it's too late. Manon, thank you for subscribing. Hopefully, if you're here, enjoyed the stream. Okay. Yeah, hold on, let me just translate it real quick. I don't want to say like death to whatever, death to all, whatever. No, I don't have an editor. I just edit my own stuff. Hold on. Yeah, Manon, thank you for subscribing. Whoa, hold on. Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen the, oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I know what you mean now. Well, that's another lesson to learn. Don't just say something in a different language. Let somebody tell you to say. Everything is a learning experience. I've definitely seen the lazy tutorials, and I kind of derived, or kind of, you know, got some inspiration, or those were the inspiration for my quick shader tutorials. But I think if I want to do more of those, I need to kind of restructure them. Right now, what I do is so the first one actually went pretty well. The first one went pretty well. I think it's like 5 minutes long. Then the next one is 2 minutes long. I mean, 10 minutes long, which, you know, the longer the video is, the less people will believe me if I put in the title, create this shader within like literally seconds, even though it's true. You know, if it's like 10 minutes long, I think the first one was 5 minutes long. That's probably why I did so well. I might have to make them shorter and explain the shader a little bit, you know, shorter, in a shorter manner. I tend to be quite, I guess, wordy with my explanations. So that's why it takes me so long to explain stuff sometimes. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, there you go. Yeah, that's the finished version today. Tomorrow we're gonna continue working on this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just, you know, people have they just want to. That's why I kind of how I go into tutorials. If it's a more extended tutorial, or first of all, that's why you know, Ian Hubert's tutorials. It's pretty popular because it gets straight to the point. There's another YouTuber that does that for rigging. They just get straight to the point and explain you exactly what you need. You know, usually if you go to Blender tutorials, you're not looking for like a huge explanation. For example, now, okay, how do I make braids? I don't want to go into a tutorial or into a video and then say, hey guys, what's up? So I've seen this new technique and I don't really know if it works, but let's see if it works. So we go in here, we create this plane and blah 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 blah. What you want to know is, first of all, what's in the video, then how you do what you're looking for, what is explained in the video. You know, if the title is how to create braids with hair particles, then you're not looking for anything else. You're just looking for the explanation. So you don't want to, you know, watch a 10-minute tutorial to just fix your problem. You know, you just want to get the answer now. So you probably skip through the video. So why not set it up in a video? You know, yeah, you probably skip through the video until you find the solution. So why not set up the video in a way where you immediately get what you need? The problem with that is, yeah, it's just depends on what kind of content you want to do. That's why I try to use what I try to do in my intros in my videos or tutorial videos is I try to, the first sentence that I say is always about what you will learn in this video, and then I just kind of say like, oh well. My intro is usually only about like maximum of 30 seconds long, and then I go into the topic. And then, you know, then I go straight into it. 'Cause, You mean follow you back? Him is just a weird name to say. Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, it's, that's just what you're looking for in tutorials usually. So tutorials are either you learn something completely new, so you need to learn it from scratch, or you need to, you just want to fix a problem that you have by just having a quick explanation on how you fix your problem. There are these two tutorials, either the long form, because you want to learn from scratch, or you have the short form, which is to fix problems. What else is there? Maybe to learn something new, like a new technique. That's also learning from scratch, I guess. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna visit my Twitter once I'm done streaming. I think I'm gonna end it here. It's getting quite late. It's already past midnight. I usually end the stream like half an hour earlier. But at least, you know, we got pretty far. Tomorrow, we're gonna of course continue this. We're gonna finish, hopefully, the full hair. So we're gonna definitely do the ponytail, and then we're gonna do the braids. Hopefully the braids will be as easy as I think. Hopefully they will be. And then we can go into the rest, the post-production and skin shading. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's always nice to have some nice conversations. So I don't see it as negative, and it actually helped me, you know, thinking about content or how to structure my stuff. I'm still, you know, in a kind of learning process on how to create good tutorial videos and stuff, like how to create good titles and how to create good thumbnails. That is something that I probably have like the highest ceiling of, you know, that's probably the ceiling that I still am the lowest in. That's just like I guess a repeating process. But yeah, at least I know how to edit. That's, you know, a big stepping stone that helps me. You know, at least I don't have to learn how to edit and use, you know, Premiere Pro, any Adobe programs. Okay. Thank you for subscribing in the last minute, Fubuki. Hope you enjoyed your day so far. Thank you for subscribing. And it's I guess you all came because him brought you here. Thank you for you know, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. If there's anything, you know, if there's any questions you have or any future content suggestions, whatever it is, even if the stream ends, you can put them in the comments, of course. If you want to see more, you know, video content, there's a link in the description for my videos channel where I do more short form, I guess condensed. I condense topics that I do on stream into explain, you know, videos. Hope it should be pretty dark. It should be pretty late in France as well, so hopefully you're not staying up for too long. And yeah, hopefully you thank you for all the support today. I really appreciate it, and hope you will enjoy the rest of your day. Hope maybe you learned something today. And tomorrow's gonna be another stream, so if you want to join, feel free. Until then, hopefully you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining, thank you for chatting, thank you for supporting, thank you for watching. And yeah, take care, and maybe I'll see you later. Bye bye.